This one. You read it? Yeah, this is something.
Hello. Hi. Are we full from lunch? I want to welcome you to this session where we'll talk about memory, violence, trauma, and testimony, whereby I'll be the coordinator. My name is Mwalim Judy from the University of Nairobi, Department of Kiswahili. Thank you so much and welcome. So we will have our first presenter, speaker, Professor Mwoki Mbunga from Tufts University. Will be talking on the steal, kill, and destroy the moral logic of Mau Mau plunder and sabotage in colonial Kenya, 1952-1956. Our second presenter is Tony Mochama. He's here with us. Welcome, Tony. We'll be talking about post-colonial statehood and nation building, analyzing on transition from colonial rule to post-colonial statehood in Kenya and its challenges, including democratization and nation building. Our next presenter after Tony will have Professor Wahome Ephraim and Margaret Gachihi, talking about sustainable memorization of Mau Mau, legacy, and multi-pronged approach. We also have Winfred Mikadi from the Department of Social Sciences, Bonn University. We'll talk about the unsung heroes, wars of the Hola massacre, victims and survivors. Then lastly, we'll have Mtuma Rutere, who will be doing online, talking about Mau Mau and the legacy of counter-insurgency policing in post-colonial Kenya. I take this opportunity to welcome all the presenters, and for now we begin with Mwoki Mbunga. Most welcome.
Thank you, Judy, and the entire Department of History and Archaeology at the University of Nairobi for organizing this important conference. My name is Mwoki Mbunga. I am Assistant Professor of History at Tufts University in Boston, Massachusetts. The title of my paper is Steal, Kill, and Destroy: The Moral Logic of Mau Mau Plunder and Sabotage in Colonial Kenya, 1952 to 1956. This paper is based on a chapter from my forthcoming book. The book frames Mau Mau rituals and violence as a medium for analyzing the ethical and religious history of the Mau Mau War. It argues that the ethical and religious convictions of Mau Mau members profoundly shaped the movement's internal dynamics and military campaign. When I initially submitted my abstract for this conference, I thought that it would be possible to condense the 14,000-word chapter into a 30-minute presentation. But this quickly proved to be an impossible undertaking. Therefore, this presentation is going to focus on plunder alone. Plunder has been a recurring form of political violence in modern Kenya, including in the 2024 Gen Z protests, yet it is a subject that has received little attention from historians. Using captured Mau Mau documents and oral history interviews with the war's veterans, this paper analyzes the moral logic of Mau Mau plunder, by which I mean the ethical considerations that informed whom Mau Mau combatants stole from, how they pillaged their targets' properties, and why. It also traces the evolution of Mau Mau plunder during the 4 years of active fighting between 1952 and 1956. The central argument is that the pursuit of retributive and reparative justice lay at the heart of Mau Mau plunder. Mau Mau members stole two kinds of items, mainly: arms and ammunition, and cash, livestock, and supplies. For this presentation, I am going to focus on the latter: cash, livestock, and supplies. In August 1952, the Provincial Commissioner, PC, for Central Province wrote to the Chief Secretary warning that armed robberies were on the rise in the province. The suspected Mau Mau robbers, who often originated from Nairobi, mainly targeted chief's offices at the end of the month when tax revenues were temporarily stored in office safes before dispatchment to Nairobi. By the time the PC sounded the alarm, the robbers had already taken, 3 robberies had already taken place in Machakos district, and a total of 850 pounds, equivalent to 17,000 shillings, had been stolen. Another robbery had also occurred in Fort Hall, and 400 pounds, equivalent to 8,000 shillings, had been stolen. Similar robberies were reported during the early months of the emergency. The most notable happened in March 1953, when 400 pounds, 8,000 shillings, was stolen in Mararia, Fort Hall, with the suspected complicity of the tax collector. In addition to chief's offices, Mau Mau raiders targeted the homes, farms, and businesses of loyalist Africans, Asian, and Europeans. In June 1953, a Mau Mau unit attacked loyalist-owned shops in Dakaine, Fort Hall, in 2 lorries. They smashed open the shops, loaded the lorries with 60 bags of maize flour, and then drove off to the Aberdare Range. Likewise, in September 1953, Kahinga Washanga's unit raided Gakendo Market in Nyeri and broke into the shops of loyalists. They made off with 5,000 shillings and as much shop merchandise as they could carry. Between November 1952 and March 1953, Mau Mau units looted Asian-owned shops in Thika, Makindi, Pundamilia, and Makuyu, where at least 1 shop owner was killed. In all these offensives, guerrillas plundered cash, produce, clothes, shoes, beddings, utensils, tablecloths, curtains, pangas, and medical supplies. Among European-owned businesses, the most significant Mau Mau robbery came in March 1953, when guerrillas raided the Barclays Bank branch in the Nairobi industrial area. The 8-member group targeted the bank at around 1 p.m., the usual time when cash boxes were collected and transported to the Barclays head office at Queensway in the central business district. Although 2 guerrillas were shot dead during the robbery, the rest made off with 650 pounds, equivalent to 13,000 shillings, making it the most successful cash heist of the emergency. Livestock, however, were the most common item of Mau Mau plunder in both the White Highlands and African reserves in Central Province. During the first 20 months of the emergency, Mau Mau units plundered livestock on a regular basis, and they occasionally acquired large herds of cattle, sheep, or goats. In June 1953, for example, General Stanley Madenge sent out 6 Mau Mau units to raid cattle from the reserves and white settler farms that surrounded the Kariaine headquarters on the Aberdare Range. According to Karari Njama, each unit returned to Kariaine with an average of 100 cattle, bringing the total loot to about 600. Likewise, Washanga recounted how in one night in mid-1953, his unit had stolen about 300 head of cattle from white settlers in North Kinangop. While Njama's and Washanga's anecdotal evidence might have been exaggerated, the fact remains that Mau Mau sections plundered considerable quantities of livestock during the early period of the emergency, and especially in 1953. Indeed, Njama highlighted that the forest diet at this time was predominantly meat, and as a result, some of the fighters had grown, quote, very fat, end quote. There was so much meat available to the fighters that despite their best efforts to preserve it, the meat still went bad. Admittedly, the fact that members of an anti-colonial movement plundered the properties of government loyalists and employees was not a surprise. What was striking, however, was the moral justifications that Mau Mau fighters conceived for their plunder. Even though they needed the cash, livestock, and supplies that they stole, guerrillas were not motivated by sheer necessity alone. They characterized their plunder campaign as a form of retributive and reparative justice, where they exacted revenge on and extracted restitution from their opponents. Guerrillas articulated these moral convictions through their ritual activities. Mau Mau prayers beseeched God to restore the, quote, stolen land, a reference to the White Highlands. Oath takers vowed to reclaim the lands that had been, quote, taken by the Europeans, end quote. Fatally wounded fighters stuffed soil into their mouths and clutched it in their hands as they lay dying on the battlefield. They then cried out, Nye dagwa, dagwa teri. I have died for my soil. Mau Mau songs also captured these strong convictions. One song expressed the moral logic of plundering Asian traders and European farmers. Asians will be told, the song went, that the tomatoes they have been selling are now in the hands of their rightful owners. Europeans will be told, it continued, that the cows they have been milking are now in the hands of their rightful owners. Europeans will be told that the cows they have been milking have refused to give out any more milk. End of song. Significantly then, the pursuit of retributive and reparative justice was the moral force behind the plunder of cash, livestock, and supplies. Mau Mau guerrillas viewed Asian traders and European farmers as economic parasites that had long exploited African labor. They also saw chiefs and headmen as complicit beneficiaries in maintaining the status quo, as corrupt beneficiaries and defenders of the status quo, excuse me. For this reason, the fighters felt completely justified to plunder the homes, farms, and businesses of government loyalists and employees in order to settle old scores and take back what they believed was rightfully theirs. In addition to songs and ritual activities, Mau Mau fighters invented nicknames that claimed rightful ownership over the properties they plundered. A guerrilla in Mount Kenya's Hika Hika battalion called himself the owner of the soil, Mwene Teri. while a fighter from Nyeri went by the nickname Shamba, which means cultivated land, obviously. Other nicknames highlighted the social aspirations of Mau Mau fighters to become leaders. Atongoria, who in Kikuyu society were always wealthy men who had achieved wealthy self-mastery through the ownership of land and livestock. A fighter from Nyeri was nicknamed Government Minister, Waziri, and another went by Kabaka, the royal title of the Buganda monarch. Additional nicknames criticized the racial hierarchy in colonial Kenya and its attendant inequalities that had impoverished Africans. One fighter called himself Bwana, meaning master, the deferential title for all European men in the colony, especially those who lived in the White Highlands. Another was nicknamed Kalasinga, the colloquial name for Sikh traders who were the most conspicuous Asian merchants in the colony due to their turbans and long beards. By adopting nicknames that referenced European farmers and Asian traders, Mau Mau fighters staked a claim on the properties of these privileged groups. Still another fighter went by the nickname General High Class, a jibe at the racially segregated social amenities in the colony, which were always separate and unequal, whereby the best quality was reserved for Europeans and the worst for Africans. One fighter even called himself the lover of pleasure, Mwediraha, an assertion that Africans too wanted to enjoy the same privileges as European and Asian minorities. This critique of racial privilege might explain why, in addition to stealing regular produce, such as maize, wheat, and potatoes, some Mau Mau sections also stole luxury products like cheese and hot chocolate when they raided white settler farms, items that would have been difficult to come by for many Africans. Overall, the size and frequency of Mau Mau plunder remained large and high until mid-1954, when government security forces seized the initiative. Thereafter, Mau Mau loots began to shrink in size, but the frequency of attacks varied from place to place. The detailed records of Lieutenant General Shindagan's section, which operated in Nyeri district, exemplify this change of fortune. Between May and June 1954, Shindagan's section raided the Nyeri Reserve every 2 days and sometimes twice a day. On June 19th, for example, the section raided both Kabiroine and Gatunganga sublocations and acquired a total of 10 cattle. However, beginning in July, the section experienced a drastic reduction in the frequency of their attacks. July and August witnessed only 4 raids each. September saw 3. Nothing was recorded for October, and the number dropped further to 2 for both November and December 1954. There were no attacks recorded during the first quarter of 1955, and the section's last chronicled offensive was dated April 26, 1955. In contrast, Brigadier Kangethe's section, which operated in Nanyuki district, was active throughout 1955. The unit carried out numerous raids on white settler farms, and the fighters often launched multiple attacks in a single night. On February 8, 1955, for example, they attacked 8 farms and looted a total of 19 cows. Overall, the unit carried out 38 operations between May and October 1955, an average of more than 6 offensives each month. The last recorded attack was on November 14th, exactly 2 weeks before government security forces captured the unit's chronicler, Brigadier Nemakohea, and confiscated the journal containing these records. There is thus a good chance that the unit's offensives continued into 1956 despite Nemakohea's arrest. These contrasting experiences of Mau Mau units that operated in the reserves and White Highlands stemmed from two significant developments in the government's counterinsurgency campaign: Operation Anvil in April 1954 and the start of forced villagization in June 1954. Anvil was a major military operation in Nairobi that rounded up 50,000 Kikuyu, Embu, and Meru Mau Mau suspects who were subsequently detained without trial or sent back to the reserves. Forced villagization was a government policy requiring all Kikuyu, Embu, and Meru in Central Province to be evicted from their scattered homestays and resettled in fortified government villages. By the end of 1955, a staggering 1 million people had been moved into 804 villages, which comprised about 230,000 tightly packed huts. In sum, Operation Anvil and the policy of forced villagization deprived Mau Mau units, especially those that operated in the reserves, of much needed supplies and intelligence. This reduced their capacity to undertake successful offensives in the reserves, and it explains the sharp decline in the number of operations that Shindagan's section recorded after mid-1954. Nevertheless, scholars have overgeneralized the impact of Anvil and villagization, but the captured documents reveal that Mau Mau fighters did not feel the pinch equally. Guerrillas that operated in the African reserves in Central Province, Kiambu, Fort Hall, Nyeri, Embu, and Meru, were the worst hit by these counterinsurgency measures. But as evidenced by the records from Mbudhia's and Kangethe's sections, which are discussed below, Mau Mau units that targeted the White Highlands districts of Nanyuki and Naivasha continued with their offensives throughout 1954 and most of 1955, but they changed tactics. From mid-1954 onward, Mau Mau attacks on white settler farms became increasingly small-scale, non-confrontational, and non-violent. Such a tactical change was only possible in the White Highlands. Such a change was only possible in the White Highlands owing to the vastness of white settler farms and the large herds and stocked granaries. Rather than in the reserves where villagization magnified the risks of even small-scale operations. By mid-1955, stealing for subsistence had become the modus operandi for guerrilla units that operated in the White Highlands. In the 3 months between May 6th and August 2nd, 1955, for example, Brigadier Kangethe's section launched 10 attacks on 7 white settler farms in Nanyuki and made away with 13 cows. This was an average of 1 attack every 9 days, which resulted in at least 1 cow. As of June 23rd, 1955, Kangethe's section comprised 17 members, so 1 cow would have lasted them about a week. It therefore seems that Kangethe's section raided European farms when they were running out of food, and they stole only what they needed to survive for a few days. The most comprehensive records of plunder, though, were kept by Colonel Mutunga Mbudhia's section, which operated in Naivasha. Between June and October 1955, Mbudhia's section stole 12 cattle and 20 sheep from white settler farms in Naivasha, an average of about 2 cows and 2 sheep each month. By this time, the section comprised 22 members, so 2 cows and 2 sheep would not have been enough to last them for a month, assuming that they could even preserve the meat for that long. The days of a high meat diet had clearly passed. Mbudhia's fighters were thus forced to supplement their diet with produce from white settler farms. On June 18th, 1955, for example, they stole 1 bag of potatoes from the farm of a white settler couple nicknamed Karimoni and Nyakanga. 2 days later, on June 20th, the section stole 1.25 bags of potatoes from the farm of another white settler nicknamed Kama. They returned to Kama's farm on June 24th and attacked it twice on that day, acquiring 1 bag and then 1.5 bags of potatoes, respectively. After staying away for more than 2 weeks, during which they plundered other farms, Mbodhia's unit came back to Kama's farm on July 11th and stole another 2 bags of potatoes. They raided Karimoni's farm 2 more times on July 16th and 18th and made away with 4 tins of potatoes during each incursion. On August 15th, the unit attacked Paul Hill's farm and took off with half a bag of wheat. In the final week of September, they raided Marvin Ray's farm on 2 separate occasions, acquiring 2 and then 3 bags of wheat, respectively. Now, what is striking about these records is not just the low returns from Mau Mau offensives, but also the high frequency with which guerrilla units attacked the same targets. If it were not for this recurrence, then it might have been tempting to conclude that the low returns were the result of botched operations in which Mau Mau units escaped with whatever little they could carry. But the recurrence of low-yielding Mau Mau operations on the same targets suggests that this was a deliberate and calculated strategy. Mau Mau units had the opportunity, if not the means, to steal more supplies in a single operation, but they decided against it for logistical reasons. Besides the scarcity of proper guns and ammunition, which forced Mau Mau units to rely heavily on machetes, there were other logistical factors that restricted how much a unit could plunder, such as the limited time for attacks, usually the wee hours of the night, and the difficulty of transporting a large loot. Brigadier Nemakohea, the chronicler in Kangethe's Nanyuki-based section, recorded the detailed account of a raid that exemplified these logistical challenges. On the night of July 26, 1955, members of his section raided the farm of a white settler farmer named D. Fisher. They could not breach the perimeter fence until around 9 p.m. when they received word from Fisher's workers that it was safe to do so, presumably because the Fishers had gone to bed. Even then, only 3 guerrillas entered the farm to try and find a cow. It was not until 1 a.m., 4 hours later, that one of the 3 came back to get those who were still waiting at the fence so that they could all help to cut up and carry away the slaughtered cow. Considering that the section had to trek back to their forest camp on Mount Kenya, carrying several hundred pounds of raw meat, the entire operation took almost the entire night, but resulted in only 1 cow. The cow most probably lasted for a few days before the section had to undertake a similar operation all over again. Clearly, logistical challenges placed severe limitations on the size of a section's loot. As a result, stealing for subsistence developed as the main tactic of Mau Mau plunder during the final stages of the conflict. It was characterized by small-scale, non-confrontational, and non-violent raids on white settler farms. Even though non-violent outcomes were never guaranteed, stealing for subsistence made them more than likely. As borne out by the raid on Fisher's farm, stealing for subsistence could transpire without a single shot being fired from either side. Such a bloodless encounter was in the best interests of Mau Mau fighters because they could acquire supplies without suffering any injuries or loss of life. It also protected Mau Mau supporters on European farms from government or settler reprisals. Given the large herd sizes and stocked granaries on many white settler farms, the loss of a single cow or a bag of potatoes without incidents might have gone unnoticed by its owners, especially if the farm workers were involved in the plot, as was the case with Fisher's employees. Yet it would be a mistake to conclude that stealing for subsistence was inconsequential to white settlers. White settlers, sorry, let me read that again. Yet it would be a mistake to conclude that stealing for subsistence was inconsequential to Mau Mau's military campaign. White settlers came to feel its impact in the long run. At the close of 1955, the authorities in Nanyuki reported that 530 cattle and 1,200 sheep had been plundered from white settlers in the district that year, an average of 3 cattle and 6 sheep stolen every other day in the year 1955. In the short term, though, stealing for subsistence made it possible for Mau Mau units to return and raid the same targets within a matter of days or weeks. In June 1955, Budhia's Naivasha-based section robbed Kama's farm 3 times in 5 days. In July 1955, they attacked Ray's farm on 2 consecutive days and Karimoni's farm twice in 3 days. Overall, during the 4-month period between June and September 1955, Budhia's unit raided Ray's farm 7 times, Karimoni's farm 5 times, and Kama's farm 4 times. Likewise, in July 1955, Kangethe's Nanyuki-based section raided Sigi's farm twice in 10 days. In August 1955, they attacked Karungaru's farm on 2 consecutive days. Ultimately, as I wind up, by waging small-scale, non-confrontational, and non-violent attacks, Mau Mau fighters not only protected themselves and their supporters from government reprisals, but they also kept the door open for return attacks. In so doing, they dragged out the war and boosted their chances of survival. By mid-1955, both of these had become important measures of moral victory for the remaining fighters. An anonymous soldier in Kibe Kimani's section, which operated in Naivasha, expressed this view in a journal entry from April 1955. Quote, "Although the government forces are many and they are strong, we do not mind about that, for we are proud and we are brave in all things. We only wait for freedom to come, even if it takes 20 years. End quote. In conclusion, the plunder of cash, livestock, and supplies was motivated by the pursuit of retributive and reparative justice. Mau Mau fighters sought to exact revenge on and extract restitution from their opponents, especially white settlers, Asian traders, and African members of the provincial administration. In the wake of Operation Anvil and the policy of forced villagization, guerrillas who operated in the White Highlands were compelled to change tactics in order to survive. Stealing for subsistence thus developed from mid-1954 onward as the main tactic of Mau Mau plunder in the White Highlands. It was characterized by small-scale, non-confrontational, and non-violent attacks on white settler farms. Thank you very much.
Talked about firearms, so I think it's good that you talk about Kimathi Great and the Vilnius Police Station, which was a successful operation in London. I have It'll come to these Forgive us.
Okay. We thank you, Professor Mwoki, for such an informative presentation. We'll have a discussion on that, guided by Joseph Ogutu, after our second presenter, who is Tony Mochama. Tony, is your time. Karibu. Yes, Tony, the person who will discuss your presentation is Professor Tom Odhiambo. And then we have our presenter 3, Professor Wahome and Margaret. We'll have Tabitha. I'm sure she's here with us. She'll do that. And then our 4th presenter is not with us. We'll have the 5th one. Mtuma will be doing online, and we'll have Dr. Masika as our discussant. Welcome, Tony.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mwalimu Jennifer and Judy. Yeah. Yes, and yes, and Dr. Ken Ombongi for organizing this wonderful session, and all of you for being here. I see some familiar faces. And thank you for your presentation, because it does set me up very nicely, to discuss our transition from colonialism to, to our modern state, that brief period of Lancaster and so on. My presentation is from my book. I'm with the Nation Media Group. I'm a journalist, although I did law in this university. Hence my interest in, I'm a novelist, but I also write nonfiction, like this Political Parties After Political Parties book about political power in Kenya. This was commissioned by the Konrad Adenauer Foundation 4 years ago. On a cold Saturday, on the 14th of May, 1960, Kenyan African political leaders met in Kiambu and launched KANU, Kenya's first political party that was to rule this country for the next 4 decades. Since the colonial government was still holding Jomo Kenyatta in detention in Lodwar, he was elected chairman in absentia, the president of this new party, with Jaramogi Oginga Odinga as his vice president, and James Gishuru as the acting president of KANU. They were all waiting for the release of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. The next day, on Sunday, the new KANU party moved the meeting to Nairobi, where the filling of its new offices took place in what Tom Mboya described as a very noisy and audacious manner in his party minutes. Tom Mboya, the bright new spark of Kenyan politics, won the post of Secretary General by a mere vote against a man called Arthur Ochwada, whom history may not remember, who had been sponsored by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga against him. Kenya's political party history would have been all the poorer had Ochwada taken out Mboya at the political party level, just as his ultimate being taken out just over 9 years later has left us with all this lingering, what might have been, hanging like gun smoke until today of our political landscape. Would Mboya have been the benevolent dictator of an African tiger country, diminished the democratic space, even as he inversely expanded the economic and developmental one? Mboya's most irreconcilable political foe was the Abaluya leader Masinde Muliro, who boycotted the mid-May KANU meeting and got together with Ronald Ngala of the Coast and Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, who are both members of the LEGCO, the Legislative Council of Kenya, when he returned from London to discover that they had been elected the treasurer and assistant treasurer of the new party in absentia. But the new party, to Ronald Ngala's coastal supporters, screeched of dictatorship by Watu wa Bara, a suspicion that remains to this day and that has led to latter-day secessionist movements like the defunct Mombasa Republican Council. Moi was initially happy being the assistant treasurer of KANU, but merely a week after the birth of KANU on the 24th of May 1960, he attended a huge rally in Eldoret that had representatives and elders from all the Kalenjin tribes present. And with the master politician's unerring nasal sense, he smelled the toxicity therein against the idea of the Kikuyu-Luo duopoly in the KANU power structure. Then 3 weeks later, Moi went to Chepkorio in Rift Valley for a conference of the newly minted Kalenjin Political Alliance, telling over 6,000 people what they wanted to hear from him. Political organizations that start at the top do not flourish in a democratic way, he said. The right way is to start at the level of the location and district so that dictatorship can be stopped at source. We'll reflect on the irony of that. The core idea of democracy, so anyway, all that was still water overbridged to come in 20 years' time in the Nyayo era. But on the 25th of June, 1960, the Kalenjin Political Alliance met with representatives of 6 other tribal organizations in Nakuru under the leadership of the Abaluya leader Masinde Muliro to counter what they considered the Kikuyu Luo dictatorship in Kanu. The 7 tribes came together under a national party called Kenya African Democratic Union, or KADU. And after free and fair national elections by their delegates, their leader, Mr. Masinde Muliro, was relegated to the post of deputy leader, with Ronald Ngala emerging as the overall winner as its new president, and with the cleverly opportunistic Mr. Moi hiked upstairs as the new chairman, as the chairman of KANU. The pastoral tribes in Kadu were especially alert now that the first Africans were being allowed to farm on the White Islands land, which they believed should revert to them, and which they correctly, suspiciously regarded may be seized and secured by the Kikuyus. The Kalenjin laid revisionary claim to large areas of the Rift Valley. The Maasai had their special treaties that their Oloibon had made with the British, including land that now included the capital and the administrative city of Nairobi. And this would become a dormant volcano that resulted in the 2008 post-election violence. Okay, then I'll go here. Kenyatta himself, so there were some elections on the 18th to 23rd of January 1961, after 6 months of campaigning. In the colonial protectorate of Kenya, and the sum total voters of the eligible electorate was stunning 84% for the party as per contested seats. KADU got 17% of the votes and was given 11 LegCo seats, and KANU won 2/3 of the vote and ran away with 19 seats. There were even there was a few Europeans elected because, you know, there was the New Kenya Party that where the white people are, and there were people like the KANU man called Derek Eskin, a Mzungu, who had done much to ensure the welfare of the Kenyatta family during Jomo Kenyatta's lengthy detention in Lodwar and then Maralal. Kenyatta himself, now in detention in Maralal, a cakewalk after Lodwar, had been allowed radio and newspapers since the start of 1961, and so was aware of the unfolding events regarding KANU and KADU. He showed impatience over the divisions and insisted that the representatives of both parties be allowed to visit him in detention. And this happened on the 23rd of March, 1961. He was visited by Gishuru, Odinga, Mboya, and 2 others from KANU. From KADU came Mr. Moi and Haniri, as well as 4 other KADU men whose names are now long lost in the dry and dusty plains of Maralal. Amidst the dust and the heat, after a 3-hour meeting, this was still Mboya's minutes, chaired by Jomo Kenyatta, bearded, wearing a leather jacket and corduroy pants, red tie on, multicolored shirt, ornamental fly whisk, to frisk away the numerous flies droning in the sun of Maralal, something that he would continue keeping in his presidency, but over there it was utilitarian. People think it was a chief's, no, it was to chase away flies in Maralal, but I think he got used to waving it. Anyway. So during this meeting, Jomo Kenyatta said, I need you to pass a resolution. From today on, KANU and KADU must work as one body on all national issues. This was clearly Kenyatta's big toe trying to put together waters that Moses, Masinde Muliro, had parted in his absence. But the representative of Pharaoh, Ronald Ngala, wasn't ready to have his party submerged into KANU. Chairman Moi of KADU opposed him, saying straight to his bearded face, in a way he never would when he became the VP, or even before that as a minister, that there was no way KADU would ever consider a merger with KANU. Shida zote ziko ndani ya KANU, like all bad things are inside KANU. There are bad personalities. ego wars, lack of discipline, yote iko ndani ya KANU. Bildad Kagia, Jomo's fellow detainee, resolved the impasse. Instead of getting stuck in the political party's issues, he said, why not focus on the individual issue of just getting Jomo released immediately and unconditionally, and on the national issue of full independence of Kenya within the next 9 months? Mboya, the quick, bright fox of Kenyan politics, swiftly agreed and produced wording that committed both KANU and KADU to act towards these twinned objectives, with Moi formally expressing his reservations. The dwelling party's question for the time being had been put on the back bench in the interests of first gaining an independent democracy from the colony and British protectorate. This wasn't to last long. In early April, the new secretary of the colonies, Ian MacLeod, met separate delegations from KANU, KADU, and the new NKP at the Royal Air Force Base in Isili and rejected Muliro's proposal that Kenyatta be released by mid-year 1961. MacLeod's advice was that they ought to try and entice KANU leaders into office, and so if successful, break the KANU-KADU front as presented against Britain's divide and rule. That advice was strongly supported by the Earl of Perth back in the United Kingdom. On 13th April 1961, he wrote to his boss, Ian MacLeod, in Nairobi, the more I think of Kenyatta, the more I'm convinced that we are right to bend all our efforts to get KADU and others to form a government. What you would in fact be doing is backing the rest, who are in fact the majority in Kenya versus the Kikuyus and Luos. Knowing the fears of the rest, such a government might have launched and strongly backed last a long time. It is certainly what would best represent our European interests in Kenya. That mid-April, Ian MacLeod, a former bridge player extraordinaire, dangled the carrot of leader of government in front of the KADU leader, Ronald Ngala, which he chomped up like a hungry bunny. His deputy Masinde Muliro accepted the cabinet post of Commerce, Chairman Moi of KADU, the Ministry of Education, and the Meru man, Bernard Mate, actually defected from his elected KANU to join KADU just to get the portfolio of Minister of Health and Social Affairs. A minority party government, the bridge player Ian MacLeod reckoned, would after a while prove to be no longer so, as it is like a magnet for other elements. The European dream prize was to have the KANU besieged Tomboya cross the floor and join KADU as the last nail in the coffin of KANU. They were encouraged by sly hints from Tomboya, who was still just 31, in writings like this one in the East African Standard. It would be in Kenya's government interests that those who are in power just before independence should be those who have a measurable chance of going into independence in power. Otherwise, the period of tutelage is just a waste of time. And so 3 months later, MacLeod is promoted away from the colonial sphere to the chairmanship of the Conservative Party in the UK. And the colonial secretary was now Reginald Moulding, a large and shabbily shambling figure with an easygoing, casual manner that was in exact contrast to the sharp-thought and more combative style of his predecessor. On the rather warm morning of 8th October 1961, the first caller at the colonial office in London was a Kenyan called Peter Abenga Okondo, PS in the Ministry of Finance, and one of KADU's rare intellectuals. And he came bearing rather chilly news. In his hands was an innocent-looking brown envelope. Inside were heaps of papers that contained the endorsed future constitution of the independent Kenya, a federalist Majimbo state that represented a radical departure from the style of government that the colony had known for a year, as well as the immortal Westminster model, towards which was headed by KANU, which was adopted from London, and where KANU was headed towards. So we can see that Peter Okondo was actually the father of Majimboism, this sort of devolved government idea, except that at that time, the idea of tribalism was so strong, it looked like a very dangerous idea. So we'll jump to the Lancaster Conference, where suddenly these two divisions became very strong. for the central government versus federalist government, which KADU preferred. KANU wanted the British model. So this conference ran from 15th February to the 6th of April 1962, and it began with a brutally honest assessment of the situation by the new Cabinet Secretary of Colonies to the Colonial Party Committee. It isn't possible, even if we wished it, to secure the continuance of European political power in Kenya. The stage towards independence was thus set, even if the British weren't exactly rolling out the red carpet for Uhuru. Now it remained for the two Kenyan African parties at the Lancaster Conference to square it out on which of their structures of government, the democratic Majimboist one or the natural central system of state would prevail, and set out the type of democracy to guide independent Kenya into the continuation of the 20th century into the 21st. Fitz D'Souza, the Asian KANU lawyer, wanted to know, since the civil service is to be organized at the regional level, what personnel will the federal commissioners have to impose federal law on a rebellious region? His concerns were sparked with terrible scenes being played out in the former Belgian Congo at that moment, with political parties' regional fallouts in Kinshasa, between Katanga, ending eventually in a premier Patrice Lumumba being murdered by the secessionists in the south. The Congo had gained its independence on the 30th of June, 1960. Told that there would be no immediate moves to Africanize an army exclusively commanded by the Belgian officers, Congolese troops mutinied and went on the rampage in the capital, and the Belgian administrators who ran the new nation's machinery fled en masse for the airport, and Brussels yonder over the continental horizon and the Mediterranean Sea. Now there are two breakaway regions in Kasai and Katanga, and the United Nations was inept for the first time, but not the last on the African continent. Here we must give credit. Let's give the devil the due. At least the British were orderly, always. So there's all these things they're organizing, there's orderly, and I think it's in the British nature to be a bit orderly. The Belgians, I think, were just the absolute worst. Plunder, and when zitu zikishika moto, flee, and just leave people without no conferences, nothing, run for the airport, and just say, okay, you guys sort yourself out. Sorry, if you're Belgian. These are the sins of your grandfathers. Yeah. So, and you do know that Lumumba ended up like Jesus with the Jews. He was handed over for crucifixion by his enemies in Katanga. His body ended up in some kind of acid bath, like a victim of La Cosa Nostra. And at the very core of the democratic gap, Mobutu Sese Seko came, and of course he was just a kleptomaniac. And yeah, he's also, if the Belgian king was the grandfather of what goes on in the Congo today, it's a failed state because Mobutu was the father of that. Just these two men for decades. So the British were quite worried about this scenario about secession. And yeah, with KANU wanting central government and KADU very strongly for these separatists. So anyway, they come back to Kenya. At the end of that conference, eventually, Kenyatta finally showed his leadership mettle by asking, how can we return empty-handed to our people in Kenya? Even the hotheads on both sides of the fence, like Odinga and Okondo, reluctantly agreed to sign on the dotted line that Reginald Moulding, there was a man called Reginald Moulding at this second Lancaster conference, who had come up with a solution for them, where both party leaders were made ministers of state in a coalition government headed by the British governor Renninson and his deputy Sir Eric Griffith Jones, with their black and white underlings sharing the rest of the spoils. So this Griffith Jones said, if only weekends could be abolished in Kenya for the rest of the year, said a despairing, he said despairingly to a London Weekly about this new national government, there might be a sense of the country getting a new constitution. It went on about how ministers from both the political parties
That's
would meet
right.
politely enough
No.
under the canopy of the chairman, Sir Eric
The
Griffith
issue-
Jones, on Monday mornings, and would work well enough together during the week. Come weekends, when political rallies were held all over the countryside, all hell would break loose. Labour Minister Tom Mboya would call for a vote of no confidence in Minister Masinde Muliro of Commerce. Party leader Jomo Kenyatta vowed to whitewash another party leader, Ronald Ngala, at the coming polls. Then they are back to square zero. All the work of the week undone. It got so bad that at one point, Kanu threatened to quit the government en masse, with the colonial office thinking that tactic a wrong one. If Kadu broke off from the government, reckoned the poetically named Peter Kitkat in the colonial office, why do they imagine we will dismiss Kanu ministers in response? So in mid-1962, Moulding was summoned to number 10 Downing Street, where Prime Minister and Prime Publisher Harold Macmillan promptly promoted him to the Chancellor of the Exchequer and replaced him with the deliberate, slow-moving and micromanaging Duncan Sandys as the Colonial Office Secretary to handle the delicate matter of a colony's transition to Black democracy. I've never known a man such as this who can cram a 4-hour workload into 24. The Duke of Berkshire once bitched about Duncan Sandys, who during a crisis could be relied on to call conferences at 10 p.m., work till 4 a.m., while saying sleep is for the week, and then after a 3-hour nap, snap and summon his staff to continue the marathon. So, so now they're setting out the country. Yeah, I think this for the next 5 minutes, I'll dwell on this. And the tribes didn't want to be locked together in individual, 5 minutes, in individual. Okay, so like the Kikuyu, okay, I have 5 minutes, so I'll just skip that part and get right towards the end. Yeah, here we are. So we'll just go to at the last London conference, in October 1963, which was only supposed to tie up loose ends and only make modifications in the Majimbo constitutions. Its implementation was shown to be impractical. Sandys was confronted with a Kanu government backed by an impressive mandate asking for major changes. So Kanu has now won an election. Kadu controlled 3 of the 6 regions, still supported by most of the Europeans, and was asking for the confirmation of the regional safeguards that were still in the process of being created. Although Kanu's demands were excessive, experience had shown that in respect of the first 2 points, it was fair to say that safeguards for regional interests had unduly complicated efficient economic administration. When the conference began, Sandys started out in that manner likening the Duke of Devonshire to the mills of gods to grind his way through the material. At one point, he summoned the Inspector General of the Kenyan Police Force from Nairobi, and in the presence of the delegations, asked him in excruciating detail about its establishment. Jaramogi's impatience with this tortoise method of Sandys running of things finally ran out. "You're the Secretary of the State, for God's sake," he yelled. "You're expected to know these things." Sandy said calmly, "You must be patient. It is the way I work." Odinga screamed, "I'm sick of the way you work. Your officials are sick of the way you work. They'll not tell you, but I'll tell you now. Everyone is sick of you." So, so at this point, the decisive judgment that saved Kenyan democracy, because regions were threatening to break away. They had said they'll form another country, literally. Very few people know this about Kenya's history, that we had actually reached this point, especially Masinde Muliro. They had said they'll break away. Rift Valley and the Kikuyus, they can figure out the bridge. So the person who saves our democracy at this time is Malcolm MacDonald. He expressed anxiety ahead of the conference about the danger of the Kalenjin and the Maasai, with their warrior traditions reacting violently against decisions that they have rejected. But when push came to shove, he advocated siding with Kanu on the grounds that the chances of civil war would be greater should it be the Kanu's party's demands that are turned down. Sandys now, As I conclude, on one of his nocturnal crisis mode moods, sent for a chap called Nigel Fisher. After they had both listened to MacDonald solemnly presenting his case for Kanu, and after Sandys had asked his usual terrible questions, he turned to Fisher and asked him, if I did what Malcolm wants, could we get away with it in the House of Commons? Fisher said that Sandys could and should, provided he first explained his reasoning upstairs to the party committee. Duncan sat for a long time in total silence and said, it's very difficult for me. I don't often call in aid as an excuse for indecision for my own conscience, but I do feel we are badly letting down Kadu. MacDonald responded rather formally. Secretary of State, I do well understand the difficulties for you. This is one of the most difficult decisions that in my experience I've seen as Secretary of State, having to take since I sat in your chair 30 years ago when I was Secretary of State and had to deal with the Palestinian problem. Duncan Sandys sat silently for a long time and then shuffled off to bed. The next morning, he woke up on the wrong side of the bed for Kadu and on the side for Kanu. And thank you. I know that was I jumped from space to space, but yeah, that was our strange transition from Jomo Kenyatta in detention to the decisive moment when the Europeans decided on the kind of government we were to have when we got our independence in 1963. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Tony once again for his informative presentation. Thank you, Tony, very much. We have had two presenters, that is Professor Mbunga and Tony Mochama. Now we want to have a discussion on their presentation, and the first one is Joseph Ogutu. Joseph, welcome. We have 10 minutes for that. And then our second presenter, we have Professor Tom. I'm sure he's around. He'll be doing the discussion on our second presenter. Karibu.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to take this opportunity to, first of all, give my special thanks to Professor Moki for the wonderful presentation. Indeed, I don't like mincing my words, but I must say you've done a good job in terms of giving us the other missing perspective of the Mau Mau events. Many times when we talk about Mau Mau, most of the presenters do play victimhood by saying, you know, we were tortured, we were killed, we need compensation. But from the foregoing discussion, we are now getting another picture, which most of the researchers never give the kind of attention you have. So let me share my thoughts around that. So the presenter has underscored the Mau Mau atrocities and the moral justification of the same. He has substantiated his arguments with various illustrations by pointing out that the plunder primarily involved looting merchandise in shops, raiding banks, and white settler farms, which involves stealing livestock and produce. He has given a nuanced analysis of the nature of the plunder by stating that the magnitude of each theft or raid was context bound, and that brings us to the moral logic of the plunder. So from what we've heard from the presentation, there were two primary motivations for the plunder. One was as a source of livelihood, if I got it right, in terms of seeking subsistence through theft, right? And secondly, plunder for retributive and reparative justice, which can be seen in terms of the targeted raids against the colonial oppressors, that is the white settlers, and their accomplices. In this case, we are talking about the accomplices being the Asians and the home guards and so on. Now, what are the counter-insurgency measures that we see here? So in the event of a Mau Mau insurgency, the colonial government responds through post-vigilization, in which people were evicted and sent to concentration camps. And we can see, cited the case of the Operation Anvil. We have collective punishment as a way of the government, like for example, this is a village and we are not bringing out the culprits. So they give you collective punishment as a way of deterring and also to seek redress for that. Now, he also mentioned that counterinsurgency slows down plunder and change of tact by Mau Mau fighters. But I must say that in terms of collective punishment, this is something that was only intensified, in my view, during the Mau Mau uprising. The colonial government was always policing around the communities they occupied in White Islands by checking on things like cattle raids and punishing the offenders through collective punishment whenever they did not bring out the suspects, right? For example, you can talk of collective punishment ordinance of 1909 and the stock and produce theft ordinance of 1913, which were introduced way before the Mau Mau uprising. And I hope in your book, Prof, you must have covered that, hopefully. Those policies foregrounded the counterinsurgency measures that were instituted during the Mau Mau uprising. But now, these are my 2 cents observations. I would like to say that the Mau Mau plunder and British counterinsurgency can be deemed moral or immoral, depending on the perspective from which one analyzes their actions. For the Home Guards and the colonial government, they were justified to use any instrument of power to maintain law and order. But on the other hand, the victims of government brutality and killings during the Mau Mau counterinsurgency strongly felt that their rights were violated, yet they also violated the rights of the white settlers and Asians whom they attacked. So the atrocities that were committed by both the Mau Mau and the colonial government were, in my view, guarded by moral relativism and not moral realism based on ethical facts. That it all depends on how one looks at it. Now, again, you did mention the idea of the Gen Zs, which hints to the fact that you are also trying to connect your thoughts with the current happenings in the country. And so I can briefly mention, because I think I still have some time, what I see in post-colonial Kenya based on what you presented. So I want to also make a case briefly that the events of the Mau Mau atrocities seem, in my view, to foreground plunder of state resources by government officials in post-colonial Kenya, and how their supporters come to their aid whenever they are under siege or they're being questioned. So whenever people are being questioned, especially from Kenyatta 1, Moi era, Kenyatta 2, and even now, people say it is our time to eat, and that if you want to form government and also enjoy the fruits of independence, wait for another cycle of elections. Those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutru. Tom?
Yes. Good afternoon. Again, it's hot in Nairobi, so it's quite easy to sleep if you're at the back. And I was listening to Tony speak. I mean, say so many things about Moi and Kanu and Kadu, etc. And there's the discussion in the morning. Tony, you weren't here. came back to my mind. That one of the most important elements of our history that has never been properly discussed in this country is the Lancaster Conference. It's never been discussed. Never. Actually, again, like you with the Margate Island, it took me up to about 5 years ago to discover that there was a woman representative at the Lancaster Conference. Just that I'd never heard about her. So I'm reading in the archive and I see a name that there was a woman representative at this conference. But what's fascinating about this conference as well is that who are the Mau Mau representatives there? If you know them, if you people know them, who are they? Who was a Mau Mau? Let me use a bad word and put it in quote. Who was a true Mau Mau at the Lancaster Conference? If you know any. So as Tony goes on and on about Kanu and Kadu, and I keep on wondering that what happened is that, you know, there is something, Professor, that I've always wanted to write on. It's just that I'm lazy. It's called the Nairobi-centric logic. The Nairobi-centric logic does not understand that Machakos exists, that Kiambu exists, that Kajiado exists, therefore forget that Kisumu exists or Nakuru. And I'll tell you why. Up to just about 14 years ago, the Director of Medical Services had the authority to dispense medicine to any part of Kenya. So because he was lazy, what he would do is that there were 8 provinces and a number of districts. So each province and each district would get a batch. So malaria drugs would just be divided for the 42 plus districts. So if you're in Wajir, you would get malaria drugs rotting. If you are in Kiambu, they would be rotting, but people would be dying in Nyanza of malaria, isn't it? It's precisely the Nairobi-centric logic. And it's the Nairobi-centric logic that was at play at the Lancaster Conference. So the discussions about Kanu, people jumping from Kanu to Kadu, from Kadu to Kanu, you all remember very well, if you're reading these autobiographies and biographies that are emerging, was the idea that we're going to centralize the government, isn't it? That Majimbo was a bad thing, isn't it? But if I was a Mau Mau, I should have been fighting for Majimbo. Because eventually, once you centralized everything here in Nairobi, Moi, if you went to Moi's home place after he retired, you'd be shocked that he was the president because he completely forgot about them. Now, the Mau Mau who are just from Kiambu here were completely forgotten. There were Mau Mau in Ruiru. Do you know how far Ruiru is? It's 30 shillings. They are completely forgotten. And that was very convenient. The logic was really, really convenient because I think the British handed over a state that was yet to be formed. The colonial system itself had never formed a state, right? There were not enough settlers here who had bought into the idea that they are settled here. So the state was in the formation. And so what you had was a scramble for whatever little power, authority, and resources that would come with the state. That's the argument I was making in the morning that, look, if somebody says here that 400 Mau Mau were settled somewhere in Rift Valley, clearly we know where they were settled. We know why they were settled, because the land in Kiambu and parts of Muranga and Nyeri was prime land. You just need to drive up the road, Kenyatta Road, and you'll see how prime this land is. It produces avocados that are not sold in this country, right? It produces mangoes that are not sold in this country. So all the struggle in Kanu and Kadu, Tony, I'm afraid that you refuse to recognize that these were struggles to erase the Mau Mau claim, okay? And the claims of other Kenyans from the coast, from Northern Frontier District. I wonder why it was called the Frontier District, because it was in here. From Nyanza, from Western Kenya, who was taking a claim on the state information, especially the people at the coast. And you know very well that what Kenyatta then did once there was no more land in Central, he just resettled people at the coast, and he bought off the military with the plots on the ocean front, right? And so I think the worth of this conference and the worth of many conference, Mau Mau conference, that it is always a moment to revisit this idea that the Nairobi-centric logic has always been that nobody else, unless you are in Nairobi, you don't exist. And you are not significant to the power dynamics in this country. Even if you are somewhere in Wajir, the second largest county, isn't it, in this country after Turkana, okay? You don't exist unless you fly into Nairobi. And that is why there are 2 flights to Wajir every morning, and there are 2 flights back from Wajir every evening. It takes the entire county government back to Wajir, and it brings it back to Nairobi. I know this because I flew with the entire county government to go and launch a book by the wife to the senator. So Tony, I thought that you should have kept a little bit to the theme of the conference and paper your paper with the fact that this whole KANU struggles, Moi just didn't want to see them. So they had been threatening to cane him. They would call him to Nakuru State Lodge and threaten they'll cane him because he was a Kadu guy. You understand? And what they did, they played a trick on him, right? They gave him the Home Affairs, and then he would jail all the dissidents. Okay? And therefore, he would make the Mau Mau, those who believe in the Mau Mau nationalism, much more angry. So I think as we write, and I think we should still write the history of KANU. So the damage it did to this country is absolutely inconceivable. But that history, part of the history of KANU, beginning with Jomo Kenyatta himself, was simply to erase not just the memory and the narrative, but the fact that the Mau Mau claim about land, and again, Prof, that we keep on refusing to consider land still remains the most significant factor of production. That all major investment banks are actually buying land in places in the global south where land is still available. That if we don't infuse these things in our end of analysis here, we'll continue talking about squatters, we'll continue talking about the urban poor who are simply being displaced from the lands that are being converted into real estate, for our brothers and sisters who are washing dishes in America, who might never actually retire here, and we can't produce food, which we will then have to import from Europe. So Tony, I think that that you could possibly have kind of linked your own conversation with what was the agenda, not stated much clearly, but implied that we didn't want to listen or to hear about the Mau Mau. Thank you very much.
Get the book, thank you, John. Yeah, that's actually, I had been before, really all back at the world, how the Mau Mau was living. You can say that during your comment.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes, Prof. Thank you, our discussants, for such enlightening moments. Now we move to our 4th presenter, who is Professor Waume. Oh, questions first. Yes. Hi. Ogutu? Okay, now you can ask.
Now, Prof, based on what you've presented, will we still say that the Mau Mau deserve compensation, given that they also committed similar crimes that they're accusing the British of having committed? That I throw it to the audience. I don't think so myself.
That's all right. Thank you very much, Professor Mwoke. I have a question for you, small one, and for my brother Tony. Prof, as you spoke, the ideas of interpretation and methodology came to my mind. And I had the book that was written a few years back, my own PhD supervisor, Professor John Iliffe, the ideas of honor in Africa. I don't know, have you seen it? Yes. John Iliffe says in the book that, honor in Africa was cultivated in heroic actions. And then there's another set of honor that was earned through, civic virtue. And then, of course, there is another one through industry and working hard, raising a family, and all that, and devotion to community and nation. Now, in heroic actions, if you look at what you are describing as stealing, killing, and destroying, plunder and sabotage, from an overly nationalistic point of view, those guys could pass for heroes. Now, my question would be then, how do we, as historians, understand the descriptions that you were giving, which are true? They destroyed things, they stole. Now, vis-a-vis the African ideas of honor, which Iliffe describes in his book. Now, to my brother Tony, I like the idea of transitions from colonial to post-colonial. I was just wondering whether you've seen the literature which talks about the transition never quite happened. What happened was actually change of who controlled power from the hands of British elites to African elites, but everything else seemed to remain intact. I have in mind, I don't know whether you've seen this book by Frederick Cooper, Africa since 1940. The elites are still the same gatekeepers in Nairobi. Tom talked about Nairobi-centric logic. So how do you reconcile that with the kind of transitions that you talked about? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. We have one more question from the audience before we go online.
Thank you. So this is really a question for Morky, and to since your project seems to be looking at questions of plunder and as destruction, theft, etc. One issue that hasn't been raised at all in our 2 days together, and yet comes up quite sort of shockingly in Ngugi's novel, I didn't talk about myself, is the question of sexual violence and sexual assault as part and parcel often of a kind of a culture of retribution and sort of vengeance and so on. So he has, for example, this one episode of somebody who later becomes a prominent member of the little, Mau Mau cell in the district, who rapes a white woman in that transitional period during the emergency. And I don't know if you kind of touch on questions of sexual violence also as part of this broader sort of culture of plunder and retribution and so on. And I'm assuming it's represented in Ngugi's novel, because that was also part and parcel of this kind of moral economy that was sort of operating at the time. But again, as I say, we haven't really kind of touched on it. It's a delicate and unpleasant matter to talk about, but I think it should be raised.
Okay, let's go online. We have more questions. Yes, go ahead. Hello, kindly unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Kindly check your sound because we can't hear you.
Sound and raise the question at some point again. Yeah.
Do we have another person who
Has
would
it-
like to?
I thought maybe they can respond, then we wait for.
Okay. We can have presenters to respond to the raised questions.
Thank you for the questions and comments. Joseph Ogutu, thank you very much for your kind words about the presentation. I agree with you that morality is relative. I am not in any way suggesting that Mau Mau's reading of what was ethical was universal. On the contrary, my intervention is that we have not paid attention to the ethical considerations that informed Mau Mau violence. And so my intervention is that we need to hear from the Mau Mau side of the story as to what they thought was ethical, what they thought was moral, what they thought was just. So no argument there. Morality is relative. I also agree that collective punishment was a tried and tested tool in the British toolbox for counterinsurgency. They certainly did not invent it for the emergency. Perhaps you can make a case about the scale being unprecedented during the emergency, where they're rounding up over 1 million people and putting them into these government villages. But again, there is no disagreement there with you that collective punishment was not invented in 1952. It is something that the British had used really from the very dawn of colonialism in East Africa. Do the Mau Mau deserve compensation? This is one of those where we can discuss until the cows come home. It's what I will say is that this was an asymmetrical war. You had Mau Mau fighters who wielded pangas and a few homemade guns, fighting against the British government, which deployed the British Army, the Royal Air Force, the Kenya Regiment, there's the Kenya Police, and then there's the militia force that was created during the emergency itself, the African Home Guard. The numbers themselves tell the story that this was an asymmetrical anti-colonial war because according to the official statistics, government troops killed 11,503 Mau Mau suspects. Mau Mau, on the other hand, according to government statistics, they killed 167 government troops and about 1,877 civilians. Okay, so under 2,000 casualties, under 2,000 killings committed by Mau Mau operatives compared to at least 11,503 that they suffered in the hands of government security forces. A recent scholarship by David Anderson, Caroline Elkins have actually proposed an upward revision And so their estimate is that it can't be 11,503 Mau Mau suspects who were killed. Anderson and Elkins have both proposed at least 20,000 that the government troops killed, 20,000 Mau Mau suspects killed. So if we're talking about 20,000 compared to 2,000, it's asymmetrical warfare. We're talking about machine guns, Lanchester machine guns, Harvard and Lincoln bombers against pangas and homemade guns. It's asymmetrical warfare par excellence. So do they deserve compensation? My answer is a resounding yes. They deserve compensation. I'm glad that the 5,300 received compensation. Not all Mau Mau veterans received compensation. Many of the people I interviewed in Moranga actually did not receive compensation, which ties into what Tom was saying in the morning about how Geto Wakahengeri created the list of who was going to receive compensation and who was denied compensation. Many of the people I've interviewed who have scars, who have their locks still all these 60 years, 70 years later, they never received compensation. So do they deserve compensation? Yes, I think they do. And I'm happy for us to agree to disagree on this one. The question of honor, John Iliff's work on honor. If I understood your question, Ken, so the part of the paper that I excluded from my presentation, which you were asking me about arms and ammunition, Mau Mau fighters acquired their arms and ammunition from military depots, usually in working in cahoots with people who are working in these military depots in Gilgil, in Nairobi, in Mtongwe, in Mombasa. So working in cahoots with these people working in these military depots, Mau Mau were able to acquire ammunition. They also raided government police stations. They raided home guard posts. And that's how they were able to acquire guns and ammunition. According to the interviews I've conducted, and if you read all the Mau Mau memoirs, the most important of these raids was the Naivasha police station raid in March of 1953, led by General Mbaria Kanyu, where it can make a good movie scene. I think someone yesterday was talking about making a biopic of Dedan Kimathi. General Mbaria Kanyu and his forces entered this Naivasha police station. They killed at least one of the warders who was present, and they took away a large number of guns and ammunition. Now, I'm getting to your question. In Kahinga Washanga's memoir, and all the memoirs, by the way, all the Mau Mau memoirs reflect on this Naivasha police station raid because it was very, very important. Kahinga Washanga's reflection is the most striking because he says that the Naivasha police station raid proved to the British that we are not tohetoto. If you don't understand Kikuyu, tohetoto means we are not young uncircumcised boys. It proved our mettle, it proved our worth. It was a way for Mau Mau fighters to reclaim their manhood and their dignity. So the work of John Iliff on honor is I completely agree with that. And if I had more time, I would have gotten to that part of how the destruction of property, plunder or sabotage, played a role in reclaiming the dignity, the honor, the self-respect of Mau Mau fighters. Finally, sexual violence. So Ngoge, I missed the first part of your presentation, so I don't know if you talked about it, but true. it definitely goes in both directions. Where I was going with that about missing the first part of your presentation was, I know there is the first iteration of A Grain of Wheat, and then Ngugi wa Thiong'o republished a more politically correct version. So are you familiar with that history of the publication? There is a first edition, the very first one. So I think, if I remember correctly, because I've read this and I use it to teach in my modern East Africa seminar, I use the second one, which the one that Ngugi wanted us to have, which omits that scene of sexual violence. Now, however, to just zoom out and respond to the question of sexual violence, there is evidence that General Moriama, for example, if you read the Mau Mau memoirs, you find a lot of rules prohibiting any kind of unwanted sexual relations, especially with Mau Mau women who are within the movement. It was such a serious offense that when General Moriama and his group found one of their own raping a Kikuyu woman in the reserves, they were so enraged that they took out their pangas and hacked one of their own to death, because they felt that he was giving Mau Mau a bad name by engaging in rape. Are there incidents that went unnoticed? I'm sure there were. So I am not contesting the fact that Mau Mau fighters would have engaged in their own sexual offenses. That road swung both ways for sure. Mau Mau women experienced a lot of violence. The work of Caroline Elkins documented this in a lot of detail, as well as David Anderson, that Mau Mau suspects, and especially the so-called passive wing, I don't use that term in my work, Mau Mau members in the reserves, the non-combatant Mau Mau members in the reserves, they did experience a lot of sexual violence. If you read the memoir of Karari Njama, he says that his wife was raped, and in fact, their second child was a result of the rape that his wife experienced while Karari Njama was in the forests in the Aberdare Range. So there was sexual violence on both sides. I have not come across this particular incident where Mau Mau fighters are raping white females. I haven't seen any record of that outside of Ngugi's first version of A Grain of Wheat. There is the incident of the forced circumcision of a white female missionary during the female circumcision crisis, 1929 to 1931. There was a very infamous case of Kikuyus who forcefully circumcised a white missionary, because the missionaries were trying to prohibit the Christians within their missions from undergoing female circumcision. And there is evidence of this one very infamous incident of a woman missionary who was forcefully circumcised and killed. That's the only incident that I am aware of. I'm not aware of sexual. I haven't. Just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean it did not happen, but I have not come across acts of sexual violence against white women during the Mau Mau War. I think I've answered all the questions.
I'll be very brief. First, where's my beloved Dr. Tom? He's been my friend for around 2 decades or more. First, I'll say that I came specifically to give a snapshot in time. So it wasn't about, my presentation wasn't about Mau Mau. It was about the transition period. And even in the book, what I try to do is throughout, by the time we get to this devolved system that we have, I think the reader, because I do try to write it in almost a narrative, novel way. That's why you'll hear how they speak. I got all these notes, what sometimes they're dressed in. It's to ensure that we get to know, by that time, we reach the conclusion of why the 2010 Constitution went back to federalism. It was because of this Nairobi-centric logic. But I'm not an academic who is going to every stop and make moral judgments everywhere and say, this is bad, this is bad. I don't get in the way of my own stories. To very quickly answer Professor Ken, actually, there was a transition. We like to say that there was no transition. There was a system here. There was a colonial, call it a state or whatever, it's run partially in London. It was a colony under the British. They did pass it on. The fact that it fails, I think, at that stage, the fact that we don't deliver an African tiger, the fact that we get a black aristocrats and autocrats does not mean it did not transition. It just means the fruits of Uhuru are not shared. I can transition this cup of coffee to you. I've transitioned it. And you had the rightful authority at the time through a negotiated process. Yeah. I've negotiated and then we transition. And the British did get out. They're not here running. I mean, that's a whole other discussion. If we are being run from Washington and London and Beijing, that's another discussion. But there was a transition. And then lastly, I won't say you're a quisling, but you seem very anti-Mau Mau. Yeah? These people were fighting for Uhuru and independence. You have returned it to its rightful owner. You're a good man. Yeah. So, yeah, we can't say that, no, that they don't deserve this, they don't deserve this. They were fighting. They were also the negotiated processes. They were fighting the best way they could in the bush and in the jungles of Aberdares. It's the same way as this huge question about like Hamas. Is Hamas a good organization? No, not really. Not good in a sense of cookies and milk. Here, Judy, have some. But if you have an occupier, and the British word, you have an occupier. Israel has sat there for, a long, long time, from 1948, and, the way they are locked up, and everyone knows what's going on, Gaza, and so on. Morality is often lost in the morass of war. It's not a question of who's the good kindergarten, a boy and girl. It's lost. Yeah, we saw October 7th, but it did have a reason. So we won't say that those are good people, but it's occupied territory and people fight in any way sometimes they can to get people out or to get fairer or to get their own state, especially state. Palestine wants to be and deserves to be its own state. Sometimes how those things are fought are very complicated. But I'm no longer in that American. We used to say that, Russia is evil, except right now it is. But, it's not a question of, America was good and then Russia was, bad and so on. Of course, Putin is a devil right now. But even in Ukraine, if they do things in Russia, are we going to say that they don't deserve to protect their state or to get their state? Morality is lost in the morass of war. So go easy on the Mau. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony and Moki, for such an interesting session. We had one question only.
Online, let's check
whether
we can hear now.
We have him then online. Okay.
Alex. Hey, come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I really appreciate this conference. My name is Alex Wanjala from the Department of Literature. Unfortunately, I've been bogged down with several classes, so I missed most of your presentation and others. But I've just been listening to the discussions, and I'm just now bombing in to, at least make Tony hear that I was here since I'm at the back, and at the same time voice a few things I've been ruminating about quietly over the years. Now, one thing. First of all, I'm happy that this conference is here because I believe that from what I've heard in the 1970s discussions about Mau Mau, almost went to physical violence. I don't know whether Ken can confirm this, but there was this steep divide between proponents of discussing issues like Mau Mau and other people from other regions, which led to some kind of censorship. And so this is a kind of revival of a good thing at the University of Nairobi. I'm just thinking about our, discussions here on the transition. I heard the word transition being bandied around in relation to Mau Mau from the colonial to the post-colonial period. But when I'm thinking about history, and this is justifiable, I still have my sources. My data sources are always derived from literature, okay? When I read Elspeth Huxley's Red Strangers, I know she's been castigated by the likes of Ngugi and Michere Mugo, who say that, she's writing a lot of gibberish. But I went back and looked at the text, and as a literary agent who believes in literary history, I could see some validity in her portrayal of Gikuyu culture. One thing she brings out is the fact that there was no Mudhamaki. This Mudhamaki we've been talking about is a recent creation. It's probably even a post-colonial creation. And that the institution of chiefs was created in the early 20th century, just before the period of the First World War. I'm happy here to be among historians here so that they may, deny what I believe right now. And that people who are selected from the community to become chiefs were not really the, straightforward people that we'd expect them to be. They were actually village heroes, the local thugs, who just happened to be at the right place at the right time and are therefore picked up and told, you'll be the leader of this area. And what happens therefore? What happens thereafter? Some things we're experiencing now have a long, precedent in history because we selected a lot of people with dubious characters to become our leaders. They started benefiting from this situation. They started receiving bribes so that a family does not send out their offspring for forced labor, and became, rich in the process. These are the first people to drive around in cars in Kenya, and they sent their children to school. And we are therefore developing a class. So even before the Mau Mau struggle and its failure, there is that system that is already in place that is ensuring that the Mau Mau struggle and the struggle of the people will never become successful because there's an elite class formed among these people. And we know that even our former Attorney General was the son of a chief. So think about that chain of events that leads to where we are right now. So how would the Mau Mau struggle have succeeded? Another thing we need to talk about, I've been talking to a few people over the years. What is the place of Jomo Kenyatta? Is he simply somebody who went to Britain for KCA and came back? Wasn't he at some point in time a principal of some college in Kiambu? Yeah, so what forces does he represent? Isn't that part of the elite, the Christian elite that was being brought up? And then how do you turn around and say, I'm the leader of this community and leading the Mau Mau? Wasn't he opposed to the Mau Mau from the word go? So then this transition that we are talking about, doesn't it come much earlier than that period of decolonization? Probably these are some things that we need to talk about. And of course, when you're talking about the liberation struggle, can we say that it was the Mau Mau struggle that led to where we are? Wasn't there a we need to talk about capitalism and how it has affected the development of the history of Kenya, because all these thoughts were capitalist. Even before a few people in central Kenya became the first capitalists in the 1950s when they were allowed to grow cash crops and therefore had some advance over the rest of the country. Thank you very much. Those are just some questions that were running through my mind. I hope they make sense. There are questions and comments right in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alex. We can have one more question from online. Then I believe that was for Tony. Yeah, you respond. Yes, go ahead. Still we can't see.
Niels, we still can't hear you. It looks like there is a challenge from your end. On this end, we are clear that you are hearing us. Okay. There is another one there, Ngandu Mukili. Or you can write your question on the chat, Niels.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Unmute yourself and proceed.
You can't hear me. Can you hear me? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you hear me? Please put a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Ask your question kindly.
Okay, great. Thank you. I put it in the comments. I was just wanting to make a comment because there was a question that was asked previously about sexual violence against white women during this period. And I just wanted to say I find it distressing and yet typical for conversations around the violence of oppressed groups being redirected towards the very few instances of violence that the people who are being oppressed managed to met against their oppressors. Those carrying out the oppression return to and continuously magnify these instances as a justification for their own continued and historical violence, rewriting their story as one of just self-protection against a barbaric aggressor when they have always been the holders of violence. And these are the colonizers. There were incidences of murder and rape by the Mau Mau during the emergency period against white people, but white men and women were not the major victims of violence because they were the major inflictors of violence, which is why we have this idea of the Kenyan cowboy at home. Bringing up the sexual violence against a handful of white women without considering the sexual abuse of tens of thousands of African men and women in the British gulags and beyond our own country, including the pouring of burning liquids into women's sexual organs, the electrocution and cutting off of men's genitals, is just a means of deflecting from the conversation. And it does not show any care for the victims or any of the victims, including the white women that they're referring to. So this is, in my opinion, just a tool of racism and patriarchy to deflect from the conversation that is at hand. That's it. Thank you.
Have a minute from the presenters to respond. We start with Tony or Moke?
Yeah, again, I'll be very quick and I'll only respond to one thing that my friend Dr. Wanjala, where is he? Oh, there you are at the back, said. Jomo Kenyatta was a Pan-African in the 1930s when he was in Britain. He was a Pan-Africanist. He was hanging out with the Pan-Africanists. He was a Pan-African at that time. When he comes back to Kenya and when he's running Thogoto, the school and so on, and is part of the Kikuyu Central Association, KCA, when he's a key member there, in fact, he's elected, I think, chairman, he was a tribalist or an ethnicist. But at that time, he wasn't a tribalist, let's say an ethnicist. He was for Kikuyu interests. Once he was locked up, he was a Mau Mau. He became a Mau Mau. He was the greatest shapeshifter. He was a Mau Mau when he's inside custody. And then he becomes a pro-Europeanist as countries start getting independent. From 1956 and so on, when Morocco and so on are getting independent, he starts seeing the light towards there. Then, so he was pro-settler. And then he was a nationalist once he got into power. He was a nationalist now. Now he was a Kenyan, a proper nationalist for national interests. And then from 1969 until the end of his life, in his twilight, he was a tribalist. He finished KANU party. He moved his headquarters to, to his home village. He was staying there, or to Mombasa sometimes, and he was running his court from there. And at that time, KANU, even the party, was very weak. So he had become a tribalist. Overall, he was an opportunist, like a lot of talented politicians, and a shapeshifter, and a complicated person. But if you want to give him a title, he was an opportunist. Yeah. Thank you.
Alex, I want to give you what the historical consensus is on pre-colonial Kikuyu society. The authority for pre-colonial Kikuyu history is Godfrey Morioki, who published a history of the Kikuyu 1500 to 1900. The last time I was here, he was still, I don't know if he's still a member of the faculty or he's now retired.
2 years ago.
So he would, what you're saying is exactly what he taught all of us in 1975, that the Kikuyu are what he called an acephalous society, a headless society. There were no chiefs before the British arrived. So historians will agree with you on that point. However, your subsequent point that the British appointed nobodies as chiefs, that used to be the belief among historians, but no one believes that in my profession. I hope I can speak for my colleagues, that no one believes that anymore, because research has shown the kinds of people who were appointed as the early colonial chiefs were not nobodies. They were very wealthy men. They were involved in the caravan trade, the likes of Wayaki, Wahinga, the likes of Kenyanjui, the likes of Karari. All these people were very wealthy, highly respected, had multiple wives, which was in that setting of late 18th, early 20th century, was a mark of wealth and respectability. So the British appointed such persons to be the early colonial chiefs because these were people who already had some clout in the society. So that's the most recent consensus among historians. No one still says that it's nobodies who were appointed as colonial chiefs. And my colleagues can disagree if they want, or if they have something to add.
Let me add something there. Just briefly. Well, I think there could be. I've not come across cases of what Alex is saying, but let me use an anecdote. My maternal grandfather was an assistant chief from the 1920s up to about 66 or thereabout. And when I look back, I could easily identify some of the characteristics that Professor Mwoki is talking about. We are still trying to count the number of wives that he had. We don't know the exact number, but I've reached 22 already. Large chunks of land. As early as the late 20s, early 30s, he had a tractor. I'm told that was both a tractor and a posho mill simultaneously. I don't know how that worked. He owned the very first gramophone. Alex, you like music? That gramophone, which was hand operated. So he had certain traditional credentials of authority that could make the British easily identify him. For example, when we used to go to his place, we are actually probably among the very few grandchildren whose father he could know, because my father was a personal friend to him, because my father was those agricultural, colonial agricultural extension, agricultural assistants, and he's the one who surveyed his farm, and he was allowed to grow coffee. He was the second person to be allowed to grow coffee in the 50s in the whole of what we now call Bobasi constituency in Kisii County. And I think because of that generosity from my father, he gave him the daughter, who is my mother. You see, so I think, Prof, you are right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. There is a meeting chat whereby Karok is saying, correction to Tony, it's a Mo Chama, that Jomo was a principal of the Teachers College in Githunguri, not Thogoto. Githunguri, not Thogoto. Yes, and we had a question from Niels, who had some challenges with the network. Is asking, how do the Komerera fit into the narrative of disciplined reparative justice? I know this is something you have worked on, so will be interesting to hear your thoughts. That is Mwoki.
What was that? Yeah. Okay. Komerera, for the uninitiated, is a Kikuyu term that means to lie low. In the Mau Mau historiography, Komerera has come to refer to the criminal elements among Mau Mau guerrillas who were believed to be only concerned with their stomachs. They were not waging the anti-colonial war. That's what the conventional interpretation says. And they were simply concerned with enriching themselves, filling their stomachs, and surviving the war for as long as possible. So, Niels, you're asking me how Komerera fit into the question of plunder and sabotage. And I'll answer that by saying what my work tries to do is to challenge this conventional understanding of who the Komerera were. And in a different chapter, not what I presented on today, I discuss the Komerera within the context of the power struggles within Mau Mau. And so the short answer I will give, Niels, is that Komerera, I do not necessarily agree with the conventional definition of who the Komerera were, because from my reading of Mau Mau memoirs and the documents, the things that the Komerera were doing were also being done by the so-called true Mau Mau. And the only crime this is now my revisionist account, get the book when it comes out, but in my reading of Komerera, the Komerera are Mau Mau who simply were tired of the authoritarianism of senior officers. And so they break away to form their own units where they do not have to do everything for the leaders. They do not have to carry their bags. They do not have to fetch firewood. They do not have to cook for them. They do not have to allow the senior officers to eat the most amount of food. Those are the people who broke away and became Comerera. So, so since it sounds like we have different understandings of Comerera, so that's where I'm coming from with Comerera. And so the answer is their actions of plunder and vandalism would not have been very different from the kinds of plunder and vandalism that I talked about in my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. We can appreciate the presenters, the two presenters. Yeah, we have two more presenters. Professor Wahome and Gachihi are doing a presentation on sustainable memorization of Mau Mau legacy and multi-pronged approach. You are next, and the discussant is Tabitha, and then our final one is Rutere, who will be doing online, and Masika is our discussant. Karibu, Prof. "30 minutes, kindly."
Thank you. This is a paper that we are working on with Dr. Gachehi. She'll be joining us in a few minutes. And what we have been looking at is some of the issues that have been raised here. And we are trying to evaluate some of the concerns or some of the information that has been provided to us over time. This is an ongoing project, and therefore it's still at a very primal stage, but it's part of the researches that we are doing in this particular area. What we have taken note of is that we need a more sustainable method of ensuring that the movement is well documented. We have cases where the documentation, particularly the memorization bit, is concentrated on literature. But there is a lot in that literature that covers also heritage of the Mau Mau. And this has not been quantified in terms of where is this heritage? How can it be protected? And this will be important because there are people who may not be able to read the documents that are written on history and particularly on Mau Mau history. But they will quickly see what has been what has been exhibited in a museum or even archives and in libraries where they can select what materials are available. So memorization has concentrated more on the historical documents. When we have issues like the ones we have now, the youthful individuals may not have time to go through whatever we have in our historical memorization. Now, that is where exhibitions come in. And we are very concerned about that, and we decided to write a paper on this. We look at the tangible and intangible aspects of Mau Mau heritage. And this intangible and tangible heritage is more easily available to non-historians. And those are part of this movement, are part of this process, the movement itself, and also they are part of the future change that may be associated with our independence processes. The study also explores memorizations in similar countries where similar heritage has been preserved for posterity, like South Africa, which got its independence much later than us, Algeria, probably slightly earlier, Zimbabwe, and many other countries which have been able to conserve their heritage, their Mau Mau heritage. And the question is, why not us? What has happened that we only see that heritage in books? And part of this research is that I have already gone to various sources of this information. I've looked at some of the heritage, and I think it is time to streamline this heritage, particularly for those who may not be able to enjoy the historical memorization. Some of the issues raised, particularly by the subaltern aspect of this movement, is what has been written does not represent them. When I was the chair of the department, I managed to get some of the Mau Mau veterans to have a conference here in the university. And those who are there know what happened. And the reason is we have concentrated more on our profession, and our interpretation has been more at the professional level, that most of the participants in Mau Mau may not know what is represented of them. That remains a major challenge. And I think a museum would be a better area where we can exchange and see what is missing, what should be incorporated, and the like. The problem is that we have had governments that are unable to do this. They have avoided it, and there are a number of issues that I will be discussing. My friend will be doing the first presentation, about 15 minutes, then I'll join. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, this afternoon, we are looking at sustainable memorialization of Mau Mau legacy, a multi-pronged approach. I'm going to look at the more political side of the challenges that we can talk about when we talk about tangible and intangible heritage. And I'll begin by reminding us all of the words of George Santayana, the Spanish philosopher, in his book Life of Reason, 1905. He says that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. That may not sound very profound, because you find that even in our own societies and communities, that will be couched in different ways. So it's something that we have lived with and something that we know about. But what I want to talk about this afternoon is a call beyond mere recalling of the past, because that we can all do. I want to talk about a more energized remembering the intentions, remembering the goals, and remembering the ideals that drives a particular phenomenon in history. And in our case, we are talking about the Mau Mau. And for far too long, I wish to submit Mau Mau has memorization of Mau Mau has largely been symbolic. Tokenism, if you want. A road here, a monument there, a hero's day, all good. And the question we're asking this afternoon is, how can then we adopt a more practical approach to that memory? A memory that serves a functional purpose by supporting ongoing remembrances in ways that would create impactful initiatives that not only honor the movement, because that is what remembering is all about, honoring those who suffered, those who died during the conflict, but also memories that would benefit communities and the environment. And I think that is an emphasis on the communities because it is also their story. They need to remember it, they need to own it as well. And we would like to submit this afternoon that this practical, what we are calling practical and sustainable memorialization of Mau Mau legacy can be done through both its tangible and intangible heritage, as Professor Wahome is going to talk about later on. But I would like to say something about Kenya's divided past and how that dovetails into the question of why what we are calling Mau Mau memory or legacy has perhaps been or not lived up to our expectations. Now, if you look at the more recent works, because there has been a resurgence of interest in the Mau Mau by scholars, by the public, especially after 2000, and more so after Kenya returned, quote unquote, into a democracy. If you look at what we have, the extant literature, and what the public is actually saying is that, or one of the most clearest trajectories we get out of all that combined is that Kenya's past legacies have undermined the struggle to deliver on many fronts today. Whether you're looking at security, whether you're looking at efficiency in growth, whether you're looking at impartiality and other issues that are core to nation building, to our nation, and so on and so forth. That as a nation, Kenyans are still arguing, we are still arguing. A state of emergency was declared in 1952. If my math serves me right, that would be, I don't know, is it 72 years ago? Roughly that we're still arguing over many issues that divided us many, many years ago. That in some, like I said this morning when responding to one of our presenters, Kenya's politics has failed to transcend its history. Well, that may be a moot point in some circles, but certainly for Mau Mau, I think it is still true that its place in the national discourse remains controversial. There's no question about that. We also have a generation, like I said this morning, who do not seem to be part of this conversation, a very important force in this country, of which we need to begin thinking about when we talk about tangible and intangible heritage. How does it speak to them? However, there is no doubt in my mind that many of the challenges in practical memorialization of the Mau Mau are rooted in the transition between the waning of the Mau Mau, or the end of the empire, if you want, and the crucible of the nascent post-colonial state. That meeting ground between the end of the empire, the sunset of the empire, and the new state. And I feel that Mau Mau's memorization in its varying iterations was carried over into Kenya's subsequent regimes. And it was birthed in the failure to confront at independence. And here I wish to differ quite a bit with Dr. Niels. I'll talk about that maybe a little bit later. But I feel that the failure of the new state to confront what was viewed as a divisive war subsequently left a legacy riddled in conflict. That is where I would like to be coming from as I talk about Kenya's divided past. And I would place this or name it as the use and abuse by successive regimes. Use and abuse of the Mau Mau legacy, of the Mau Mau story, of the Mau Mau heroes. I think it's the professor here who wondered yesterday why Kenya seems to be a different story, that heroes across Africa are celebrated. So why is Kenya a different story? Why are we still talking about, what has happened to our heroes and arguing that they haven't gotten their rightful place in this society? Why does Kenya seem to be the exception? I think, again, and this is why I go contrary to what was presented this morning, there's no doubt that political independence in Kenya was followed very quickly by suppression of public memories of the Mau Mau. I have no doubt of that in my mind, that Kenyatta's government actively tried to suppress those memories, the experiences of the freedom fighters. Anderson argues the same. I don't have the time to go into what he says and others, but I think that is a fact. And in a sense, elite nationalism, which becomes the power broker in the post-colonial, the freedom fighters or the ex-freedom fighters, whatever you want to call them, were never considered a legitimate component of that nationalism. Nothing new, because even during the Mau Mau, they seemed to stand a little bit outside of what you would have called elitist nationalism. The way I would like to put it is that the freedom fighters have always been outsiders looking in. They have not had a chance to shape their legacy. They were never accepted in mainline post-colonial nationalism. Again, that can be contended, but that is the position I would like to take. Furthermore, Kenyatta, his government, and the new elitist leaders had the power. It is them who had the power to determine which collective memory of the Mau Mau was to be revisited, which collective memory was to be reconstructed. And therefore, the marginalization of Mau Mau in public space or spaces can thus be viewed in the wider context of the transitional politics wedged between the consolidation of power by the new government, largesse by hitherto loyalists who have continued to dominate in the post-colonial state, as well as ethnic chauvinists in the new state who are very keen on appropriating the Mau Mau legacy to enhance and to maintain their status in the emergent state. Moreover, I would like to argue the ideological differences that featured Kenyatta's government brought into play the manipulation of the Mau Mau legacy for selfish and narrow political gains. I think in that context, we then begin to understand Kenyatta's ambiguous relationship with the Mau Mau. Yeah. But for a very good reason. If you have studied Kenyatta, if you have studied Mau Mau politics, if you are listening in from yesterday, I think Kenyatta was informed by several political considerations. Whether those considerations were worth what happened to the freedom fighters, it's up in the air. You can make your own conclusions to that. Now, some of those considerations by Kenyatta what others would call realpolitics, was wrestling the country from descending into chaos. That has come up time and again. It was against a civil backlash that Kenyatta was thinking about civil backlash if he centered Mau Mau in the new state. He was thinking about a nation building not nurtured on narrow ethnicism, a war that was too contradictory to be claimed by the new nation state. I think at that altar, we can begin to understand why our legacy of the Mau Mau, or what we're talking about this evening, where the rain began to beat the legacy of the Mau Mau. And notwithstanding that facilitation, because I think that is what it was, an opportunism that characterized this period cannot be wished away. And again, I do not want to speak as though the freedom fighters themselves had no agency. They did, right? But those remnants and their supporters, they continued to clamor. And I'd like us to think about that word, that freedom fighters in Kenya have been clamoring for recognition. It's not the state. It is the freedom fighters. These many years later, 70 years later, they're still seeking to be recognized. And I don't think that is how a country wants to treat its heroes, its freedom fighters. So Kenyatta had his own reasons. They are all out there. And like I said this morning, we had a contrary story, which is all good in history. We also need to consider that. So we are saying that independence for the freedom fighters was no more than a sleight of hand in which those fighters were robbed of the fruits of their sacrificial courage. Comes in Moi, just take another 4 minutes. How do we want to assess Moi? Now, Moi, on the other hand, was intent on defanging Mau Mau. And he was not short of historians to help him achieve that purpose. During Moi's period is a period where we saw a lot of revisionism in history. It took on a whole new turn. Textbooks, particularly those for impressionable school-going children, were rewritten, actually. And Mau Mau became sort of a footnote, if you want, in Kenya's colonial history. And what Moi was trying to do, perhaps in good faith, again, it's a moot point, is that he wanted instead that Kenya should emphasize what he called other nationalisms. In Moi's view, the new political climate called for recasting of the nation's collective past. However, Moi's fear of opposition, especially after 2000, saw both the opposition and Moi projecting the fighters as patriots and the movement as a pillar of hope. Again, it is not difficult to discern what Branch calls more instrumental motives on the part of government. Now, for Kibaki, in the euphoria of the new dawn, a return to democracy, he was about opening up space. His time was about rehabilitation of the Mau Mau legacy. And all those things happened. Legalization, that is banning of the ban on Mau Mau as a terrorist organization, The efforts to form a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that did not go very far, unveiling with great pomp the Dedan Kimathi Monument in 2007, not to mention the debacle of Alema Ayanu saga in 2017, that Ethiopian peasant who was brought in to Kenya as General Mathenge. And we must also not forget the rise of Mungiki, because I think it's part of the variable in Kibaki's politics, that in some circles, Mungiki was viewed as the reincarnation of the Mau Mau, and there were very vicious counter efforts by the Kibaki government to delegitimize that movement. All this centered on the politics of reclaiming the Mau Mau by the state, what has been called the democratization of the past. I will not talk about Uhuru. I think Professor Wahome may want to say something or two about the Uhuru Monument. Now, in conclusion, what I'm saying is that what the three presidencies, Kenyatta, Moi, Kibaki, and of course back to Kenyatta too, again illustrate that the collective memorization of any given historical event of import, in our case, the Mau Mau, is never static. That memories can be altered, and they have been altered. Memories can be re-emphasized. Memories can be erased, what we call culpable erasure. And as Maloba reminds us in his work, emerging trends and ideologies, that memories can be, all those things can happen to memories on account of emerging trends and ideologies, or to accord prestige to a new set of ideas within the political elite. So my question is, how can we secure Mau Mau legacy? Yeah, is it possible to ring fence that legacy in a more tangible, practical, and sustainable manner? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for your presentation. Prof, I don't know, your time is up, but I'm really embarrassed. Yes, two minutes.
Thank you. My partner decided to go away with the whole thing. But let me just mention a few things that impact on heritage. One of them is that this submergence of Mau Mau heritage has continued over time. And it did not only happen immediately after independence. It is an ongoing process. One of the issues was in 2005, there was an EU funding that was to develop Kenya's history. And that development would have facilitated its exhibition at the National Museum. What happened? The historians were called, but nothing was implemented. I think eventually the issue was there were no funds to do an exhibition for history. The next issue is that the National Museum was part of the colonial structure. It was built in 1910. It came into existence in 1910. And when it comes to conservation of Mau Mau legacy, the National Museum has not been very successful. For those who have been there, you take note of that. But the issue is these exhibitions that were supposed to be done never saw the light of the day. The other issue is the National Museum is a brand, the brand name of National Museum falls within the area of our paleontology and archaeology. So people going to the National Museum are more likely to be attracted to its long history in those particular areas. So having an exhibition there would probably not help us. The other issue is population increase over time means that the land that used to be public at one time, or the land that was occupied immediately after independence, is now contested land, and it is very hard to to set aside some of the monuments in those particular areas. And some have been destroyed. I'm talking of something like the trenches. They have been converted into a road in most parts of the Mount Kenya region. The other issue that I'm going to just to mention in passing is that the National Museum cannot devote its resources to National Museum is not able to devote its resources to conservation of Mau Mau heritage. And without National Museum, we have nothing else. With the funds that come into the museum, mainly being generated by the government, the primary aim is to pay salaries, not even development. And this has been the trend for a number of years. And therefore, even funds to conduct or to develop exhibitions is quite difficult. For donors, the interest is very specific on those areas that are the brand that the museum has developed as a brand. So donor funding will be concentrated more on the core business of the National Museum, paleontology, archaeology. And therefore, development is usually left out, or conservation of what is already in existence. The other thing is Uhuru Gardens. Uhuru Gardens was initially meant for the exhibition of Mau Mau heritage as a part of memorialization. The problem with Uhuru Gardens is during the time of Uhuru the young Uhuru, Mau Mau Gardens, Uhuru Gardens was moved from being part of the museum to being part of the military. This effectively means, in spite of a lot of contestation, this effectively means that most of this heritage will now be dictated, or the kinds of exhibition will be dictated by the military. And therefore, chances of some of the Mau Mau heritage getting getting its way into the museum is almost impossible. My suggestion for any practical conservation of Mau Mau heritage will need that we have an independent museum and an independent library. I have evidence that there are still materials. Also, Britain destroyed quite a good number of the collection. There are a number of materials that are still available, which initially belonged to private collectors. And those materials would be very ideal for our exhibition. I want to say, in conclusion, that we have a lot of heritage, which I'm not going to go into because I can see I'm causing jitters on the discussant. And therefore, I will leave it at that. But otherwise, there is heritage, there is goodwill, but the structures in place will not allow it to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much for your presentation with Dr. Gashihi. We have our final presenter who is doing it online, Rutere, before we go to discussions. Rutere?
Okay, yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I
Yes.
can't hear you. Yes, okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the organizers of the conference. My apologies. I had hoped to be with you in person, but I have to present online because I am to travel in a short time. And just going to get that presentation ready in 1 minute. Okay. So my presentation, my paper looks at the legacy of, excuse me, 1 minute. Okay. Okay. There we go. So my paper is really concerned with the legacy of counterterrorism policing in the post-colonial policing in Kenya. And the paper notes that the post-colonial police conduct, and in particular police violence, is part of the legacy of the colonial project. And the violence of colonial policing was most vividly played out during the Mau Mau period. And what we continue to see in post-colonial Kenya, therefore, is linked to both the shift or what we saw during the Mau Mau period, but also, and even more importantly, the colonial the project of policing within the colonial state itself. So how do we best understand that legacy? I suggest that placing colonial and post-colonial police and policing within a political economy framework provides us with the most useful approach to understanding that violence. And the argument here is that I want to make is as follows. To understand colonial policing and its violence, one has to understand power in the colony. That power was not free-floating, but was linked to the political economy of the colonial state. Consequently, the location and placing of each of the populations in the colonial politics and economy significantly shaped how policing and its violence related to their experiences. Law and policing in the colony reflected and shaped that political economy. The Mau Mau War interrupted the minimal efforts and gestures to create a police force in Kenya that would police the colony by acquiescence, if not consent. Unlike the metropole where policing was by consent, remember that policing in the colony was really by conquest. But then there was a shift towards trying to make some minimal reforms so that there would be a measure of consent from the native populations. In a sense, Mau Mau War returned the police to its roots of a militaristic force, primarily interested in enforcing order. The second argument in this paper is that the legacy of violent policing in post-colonial Kenya also needs to be located within the political economy of the post-colonial state. This point has largely been neglected in most contemporary policing studies. I argue that this is important as police power cannot be understood outside the context and the specificity. I suggest, therefore, that a political economy framework is critical to addressing the logic of policing violence and therefore finding solutions to the problem. So the paper proceeds as follows. I'll say a few things about the political economy framework that I'm using. Second, I'll say a few things about colonial policing. Third, about policing during the Mau Mau period. And then fourth, I'll look at post-colonial policing or policing the post-colony. And then at the very end, I'll make some concluding remarks on what I see as the implications for this moving forward. So a few things about the political economy. Most of the policing approaches and theories, whether they are from criminology, anthropology, and even to an extent political science, largely treat political economy as a background, and the struggles for power and resources and how these shape the governance of policing are largely ignored, and history is often glossed over. A political economy framework, I argue, is important as it sees policing practices and relations as resulting from socio-political groups struggling over power and resources. And policing needs to be seen as just one aspect of the totality of state-society relations rather than a standalone set of practices. The usefulness of such a framework would go beyond, certainly beyond an academic enterprise, and it would be important for policy making. For instance, we need to understand the benefits of how policing is delivered to specific groups, who is likely to resist reforms, and therefore help us design better reform interventions. Thinking about policing and policing from a political economy perspective also allows us to delve more into issues of law, power, and policing. Scholars such as Mahmoud Mamdani have pointed out how law was critical in defining the incorporation of various populations into the colonial states. The rights granted and denied in the state, as well as the punitiveness of the police service, were all legitimated through colonial law. In that sense, therefore, law is also a strategy of power. And where law became an inconvenience to the colonial state and the post-colonial state for that matter, exceptions could be invoked. Well, the British made a fetish of the law across the empire. They also turned to legal exceptionalism whenever that was convenient, and Caroline Elkins has done a very useful survey of that in a recent book on the legacy of violence in the British Empire. Hence, during the Mau Mau War period, Britain rejected the application of Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, which provided for protection of rights during internal armed conflicts, and Britain rejected that there was an internal armed conflict in the colony, and also rejected the application of the European Convention on Human Rights. These were treaties that Britain had just signed a few years before. The irony should also not be lost that in 1948, Britain had been key to the adoption of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. A political economy approach also helps us understand that power is not just located in the state. Power is not just what is written in the laws, it is also in the relations in the society. This is particularly important when it comes to policing, where discretion is key. How a police officer treats individuals in the streets depends to a considerable extent on how powerful or powerless the individual is. Nothing illustrates this better than this very useful quote from Assistant Superintendent in charge of CID, Sempe, writing way back in the Police Journal in 1928, and I quote, "In practice, the African constable early learns that discretion may often be the better part of zeal. For this reason, you may observe him if there's a group of Africans obstructing the pavement at a busy corner. You'll observe him move them on with all the assurance of his authority. But if it is a group of Indian clerks doing the same thing, he will, if he has any experience, do nothing about it. And if it is a group of Europeans, he will again do nothing about it. He is not taught this distinction. He finds it out for himself, and more often than not, by bitter experience. That is, experience of complaints made against him for insolence or for being high-handed. So that explains power within how power really, policing power operates within the various groups in the society, and hence the need to really apply a political economy perspective. In the colonial state, race was key in structuring the economic, social, and political relations in the colony. And you're almost familiar with how the economy was structured. I need not spend too much about it, but just to note that issues of land, alienation, appropriation for central agriculture fundamentally shaped the politics of the colony. To provide cheap labor for central agriculture, there was need for imposition of punitive taxes on the African population. And these taxes could only be paid in cash. And really what the colonial government did was forcibly conscript Africans into this form of labor, but also into public works. Police were key in this kind of taxation, in the enforcement of this kind of taxation regime. You also remember that the agrarian economy in the colony was divided between cash crops for settlers and Africans who were prohibited from this cash crop farming. And this kind of agrarian, racialized agrarian economy depended on the police for enforcement. So enforcement of these economic arrangements depended on the colonial state system of governance. After the military conquest of the various communities, the colonial authorities created a system of control with a small number of colonial officials in the capital, supported by a system of indirect rule, with the chiefs enforcing the law, supported by the tribal police. And we'll see much more about this later. Law was central in legitimizing the political and economic system in the colony. A dual system of law was in operation in the colony, as has been pointed out by various scholars. Whereas the colony was established largely through conquest, it could not be administered, however, strictly through the barrel of the gun. Colonial rule needed legitimation. Law was the basis for colonial state legitimation. And the racially segregated economy required law, as did the political control over the natives. Like the economy and the politics, law was racialized and predicated on the precepts of the civilizing mission of the colonialists. A nascent police force, as we well know, had been established under the British East African Company way back in late 19th century. And over time, colonial policing came to replace the military control, particularly after the colony was declared in 1920. Colonial policing was largely dedicated to preserving order and ensuring that the African natives do not threaten the security and property of whites and the political order of the states. Policing of the natives was designed to keep peace among the native groups and to ensure that they did not threaten white interests. In urban areas where whites lived, police was focused on preventing disorder from spreading to white homes and settlements, and also ensuring civil policing among the whites. In rural areas where African lived, police presence was in terms of keeping order. It was not about crime prevention or crime solving, but to keep the natives in check. The majority of the poor were African natives, and so policing of the poor was also about policing of the native. Policing of status was hidden by racial policing. Police were also in the colony the second line of defense, and that was reflected in their training, and little attention was paid to anything else other than drill training for police constables. The police organization and units reflecting these realities. The Kenya Police Service was essentially the main civil policing unit, and it was largely an urban force that provided security and maintained law and order in the urban areas where the whites and Indian population lived. On the other hand, you had the tribal police in the natives, in the African reserves, which later on became the administration police, and this largely worked under the supervision of the chiefs and later on the provincial administration when it became the administration police. Now let's look at what happens during the Mau Mau period. In October 1952, a state of emergency was declared in the colony, and police response shifted to semi or quasi-military operations. Extensive police control and surveillance was established in the areas affected. The military largely assumed the responsibilities of law enforcement previously held by police, and even where they were not in the lead, the military was embedded as advisors. Police presence also significantly increased in areas where it was previously light, that is in the African reserves. A special effort police unit was created in 1953 to address the Mau Mau activities. There are also efforts to expand the special branch, which saw a significant increase in the number of British-trained police officers. District military intelligence officers were also appointed, as well as over 20,000 home guns to supplement the police force. Kenya police played a prominent role in the adoption of torture as a means to get confessions for individuals suspected of participating in the Mau Mau movement. The use of pseudo-guns in the counterinsurgency also sharpened the tensions within the African communities. In February 1954, Colonel Arthur Young was sent to Kenya as a new commissioner of police, and Young had been the commissioner of police in the city of London and also been in Malaya, where he was responsible for establishing community policing. And as complaints about police practices intensified in Kenya, Young was sent to try and help improve the police-community relations. But then he found it very difficult to convince the governor then, Baring as well as colonial officials, that the police practices needed to be changed. And in frustration, he resigned in December 1954. So let's look at what happens at the end after the transition to independence. In Kenya, after the defeat of Mau Mau, the British government accelerated the process of creation of conservative African elite that could take over at independence. In the competition over power towards independence, the radicals lost out to the conservative elites in the post-independence government. And that dominance of the conservatives was most illustrated by Kenyatta's famous speech in Nakuru to the settlers, and set the tone of the nature of post-independence leadership. The structure of the economy and politics of post-colonial Kenya had a major impact on law, order, and policing. The major shift in the economy was that it was no longer racialized. Cash crop farming that was previously restricted to white settlers was now open to Africans. The barrier was not raised by economic abilities, which was also linked to access to political power and credit. The process of Africanization of the economy, aimed at reversing the colonial advantages enjoyed by whites and Indians, created new African elites and also opened the Indian minority to marginalization. Indians found themselves forced to sell their businesses to new African elites. This new political elite was also considerably ethnicized, with President Kenyatta's co-ethnics privileged in their success. Post-colonial Kenya had to deal with several challenges also. One was economic problems of how to transform the colonial economy into a market economy in an African country. The political challenge was to fashion a nation out of the eclectic collection of ethnic groups that colonial order had brought together. With colonial order gone, ethnic fragmentation was a major challenge. A third problem was how to transform governance from authoritarian states to one that was in the service of the majority of Africans. Ethnic tensions were also a constant challenge. Immediately after independence, there was the move to secede by northern Kenya, predominantly populated by the Somalis, and a secessionist movement that was launched would lead to a state of emergency in northeastern regions for decades. Areas that had been regarded as marginal under colonialism, large areas of northern Kenya, remained largely as they had been under colonialism, widely afflicted by banditry and problems of cattle rustling. In these areas, the state, as in colonialism, was largely absent in terms of services and development. A lot has been written about police and policing the post-colonial Kenya state, and the dominant view is that policing in post-colonial Kenya was marked by continuity rather than change. The picture, of course, is much more complicated. Some things changed and some others did not change. Post-colonial states can also be understood in terms of zones of intense policing and less policing. Like in colonialism, urban areas remained zones of intense policing after independence, while rural areas remained sparsely or less policed. The difference, however, is that race was no longer the key differentiation of how populations in these areas were policed and treated. In urban areas, it is economic status. Economic status became the marker of difference. For urban areas, it was the poor who are now subject to punitive policing. Power was reflected in how the rich and the power was policed. In how the rich and the powerless were policed in the urban areas. Where you lived and how you appeared to the police determined the treatment you would get. These zones were also fluid. You could still be subject to punitive policing if you are poor in the affluent areas. Racial privilege was clear policy of the colonial state, and it was the basis for politics and economy, and it was also being buttressed by law. The post-colonial state, however, was not based on a stated policy of ethnicity. Neither was ethnic hierarchy and discrimination a matter of law. The difference is important as it had an impact on policing. The post-colony continued with some forms of ethnicized policing, however. Ethnicity gave advantages and privilege to particular elites who were close to the presidency. That advantage gave the opportunity to use police and security agencies for their own benefits. Ethnic policing was also visible in regions where collective punishment was meted out in the form of policing, northern Kenya, for instance, and as well as parts of northern region where you had problems of banditry and cattle rustlings. One of the first constitutional amendments by the independence government of Kenyatta was to do away with Police Service Commission, which had been in the constitution and was intended to select an independent commission of police. In police leadership, colonial continuities were evident. Richard Cantring, who had presided over the policing of the emergency from 1954, remained the police commissioner until 1964. Africans could now become officers in all police units, including the CID.
Kindly, time is not on our side. You wind up.
Okay.
2 minutes.
In 2 minutes. Units such as the special branch grew in prominence and became the much feared instruments of political power. And administration police remained under the control of the provincial administration, just as it had been during colonialism. We'll see how the leadership later on, when we have time, how the leadership of the police largely remained in the hands of Kenyatta's core ethnics. Like colonial policing, law became an important way of legitimating policing practices, preservation of Public Security Act that allowed for detention without trial in 1966, state of emergency. Robbers, for instance, could be executed, and this was legitimized as part of preserving security. There has been mention of the execution of criminal gangs, I think, by the previous speaker. So where do we go from here? What I am arguing is that policing in every society tends to reflect how power is organized and exercised in the society. Those who are powerless in the political economy are often subjected to punitive policing practices. Police conduct and practices are therefore not aberrations by flawed police leaders or bad apples, but rather needs to be understood as part of the structure of the politics and the economy of a country. So if you really need to change policing and how police power is exercised, it is not just a training or the change of police leadership, but you also have to look at who is powerless and who is excluded when it comes to the economy as well as the politics. Let me stop there because we have run out of time, but thank you for the opportunity and looking forward to the discussion.
A big thank you to Ritere, our presenter. We have our discussants. We start with Tabitha, kindly. 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I take this opportunity to appreciate our senior colleagues, Professor Mahome and Dr. Ashe, for that very insightful presentation. What probably we can be able to conclude from this presentation today is that the Mau Mau struggle against colonial oppression has not been given adequate attention that it deserves. And therefore, there is need for us as scholars to be able to conduct more thorough research, not only to the movement itself, but also to document it for the future generations and for posterity. A professor has been able to give an example of the trenches. We call them the Mau Mau archaeological sites in form of trenches. And these trenches, there is need to be able to preserve them. There is need to be able to protect them, simply because they are able to give our public and other generations a platform to be able to appreciate the place of the Mau Mau freedom fighters in the history of the Republic of Kenya. Dr. Ashehe has been able to point it out that with the aspect of political independence, this followed a suppression of the public memories on the Mau Mau experiences, especially by the elite in the Kenyatta government. And Kenyatta himself felt that the movement was a threat to national unity, and therefore he did not welcome it simply because he felt that this movement would usher divisions in the country at that particular time. But we find that this movement was not well embraced. Even with the coming of the Moi regime, it was not well embraced. The movement became well embraced in the year 2003 with the Moi Kibaki regime, where the freedom fighters were given a space of recognition and the associations or this movement was well recognized, and some were able to get some financial compensations coming from the British. We may ask ourselves this question: why the memorization of this movement? One is that this movement addresses the aspects of gross violations of human rights, and therefore it is important for us to be able to understand it very well to ensure that these abuses do not recur again in our country. Again, there is need for us to be able to pinpoint these violations that emerged and the lessons that we're able to learn from these violations coming from the British government against the Mau Mau fighters. It is also important that this memorization can be of essence to be able to inform the current government on the policies of human rights issues. When it comes again to the aspect of this memorization, one may ask what is to be preserved or what is to be conserved in this essence. The aspect is there is need for documenting this movement. Where does this heritage to be protected? Where is it for it to be protected? And this memorization, as it has been able to come out clearly from this discussion, is that most of this information is only documented in books. And therefore, there is need for exhibiting this information in our museums for the local or the public to be able to get this information when they pay a visit to the museums. And this heritage, as it has been able to come out clearly, it is in form of both tangible and intangible heritage. Tangible is heritage that we can be able to touch, but intangible heritage is heritage that we cannot be able to touch. But it is important that this heritage is well preserved in our museums, and again, it's exhibited, it is well displayed for the people or for the public to be able to learn from them. It has also been able to come out clearly that in other countries, memorization has been successful. Professor mentioned that countries like South Africa and Algeria has been able to conserve the heritage of their freedom fighters. And the question is to you and I, why not our country? We have found that we have been academicians who operate in books, and most of the information we have not been able to display it in the museum. So it is important that we embrace a practical approach to remembering the Mau Mau, to remembering the Mau Mau movement, so that this memory can be able to be beneficial to the society at large. In conclusion, the presenters brought it to a limelight that there are quite a number of challenges to memorizing this heritage. One is that the government has not been able to do enough to protect our heritage. And despite the fact that you find that our heritage is protected by the National Museums Act that was enacted in the year 2006, my question is, again, as we progress to Professor, should we should we go back to be able to have a new look of this heritage if it was enacted in the year 2006 and it has not been adequate enough to be able to protect our heritage? Should we need to do something about it? Again, it also came out clearly that the generation that we are calling it the generation of the Gen Zs, have not been able, or they are not attached to our heritage, both tangible and intangible. Then what should we be able to do? And this is where Professor is bringing on board the aspect of digitization of our heritage, because these are people who are well versed in terms of technology. Therefore, again, it is important for us as stakeholders in the field of heritage, and again, stakeholders in the field of learning, to be able to come together to ensure that we join hands to protect our heritage, because our heritage is our future. Thank you.
Thank you for such a powerful discussion. We welcome Dr. Masika. Yes, please. Before we go to questions, we have a discussant for Rutere, who is Dr. Masika. Before we go to question and answer session. Dr. Masika? David is not in. Can we do
let's do
the questions as we wait for Masika? Okay. Where do I start? Yes, Tony.
Yeah, sorry I missed that presentation, but there are two questions. I had to something very urgent, literally across the road. But there was there are two. I had the two questions at the end, and I think a bit of a gist about the subject. Yeah, and I wanted to also ask questions about this. Number one, digitize what? Because I don't think we have got much material. It's all our collective fault. We writers and so on, movie makers and so on. So what exactly, if it's Gen Zs, what would we be digitizing? And it leads directly to my second question, which is that this is not a heritage. The ministry is there. Dr. Gona, you know it, National Heritage. It's near the Kenya National Library Services. They have the PS, they have the staff. We've met some of them. There's the Muslim lady there. So it's there. The physical thing is there. We should be asking ourselves a deeper question. Do they want this story even told? Yeah, we talk as if we are sloganeering that our heritage is very important. The Mau Mau culture is very, it should be there for the future. And yet it's erased deliberately. Even when we are learning history, it's brushed over. Okay, we know a bit about Dead and Kimathi, but it's not something, precisely because of the things we were saying even earlier today. The people who are beneficiaries do not want those stories told. Most were the home guards. They are home guards, their kith, their kin, and the power structures that took over. Of course, they don't want these stories told. So when you say, I'll ask, when you say let's preserve it, and that we have museums and so on, we have them. But it's like Stalin used to wipe out, maybe not as extreme, but you'd wipe out bits of Soviet history. So why would they do it? Beyond the slogan, why would they do it? Yeah, and they're the erasers. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Another hand from Dr. Teta.
Thank you, presenters, for that presentation on memorialization. And I will pick from where Tony left about what do you digitize? I was encouraged when Professor Wahome talked about the building of a Mau Mau museum, a Mau Mau library, exhibition. And it was encouraging because it was a departure from the depressing story of how the story of the Mau Mau heritage has lost ground. And so I wanted to make a proposition to what Wahome was saying. And this proposition, I got it from my research in Kamirethu when I was talking to the remaining actors of Ngogi's play Gai Kadenda. And I asked them, how would you like your legacy to be memorialized? And what came out from that encounter is that the surest way to ensure that heritage survives is creating a living library. A living library. And what I mean by a living library is the idea of creating a space for interactions, a space where people can meet and tell stories, perform narratives, perform plays, poems related to the subject that you want to preserve. Because it is only stories that can outlive the physical destruction that takes place when it comes to the preservation of heritage. So I was wondering whether the presenters have considered including the creation of living spaces, living libraries, where it would be possible to create living and enduring narratives about the Mau Mau experience. And probably from there, then we can get content that we can share in digital spaces. That is coming back to Tony's concern of what do we digitize? Yeah, so that is my contribution. Thank you.
Next, Julia, mpatie.
Thank you so much. My name is Wilson. I have a few questions. One of the question is from my supervisor's presentation, Kenya's divided past. It is the intention of the elites that the Mau Mau narrative should be forgotten. Has anything changed? To my amusement is that we have not, there's nothing has changed because we keep on seeing the narrative being not being given the required attention. The other issue is the Mau Mau fighters victims of failed transition? If yes, how can we be able to overcome this victimhood? I think it's high time we start talking about economic freedom rather than political freedom, because we have already achieved political freedom. But yet, the Mau Mau fighters have not received or they have not experienced the economic freedom which they were fighting from the beginning. Then to the last presenter, he was using the word police service. Is it really a service or a force? Because the way they were behaving as a force, even up to the current, in the constitution is a service, but their acts, you can be able to see the last maandamano, it is really a force. As it, why using a term which sometimes is not, it's not reflecting their deeds. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my colleagues. My name is Gilbert Wafula. My colleagues, Professor Wahome Dr. Gashihi and Tambida, thank you very much for the presentation and the discussion. Professor, you talked about the challenges which the National Museum may face insofar as conserving the tangible heritage is concerned. But you did not say anything about the local governments, these county governments, because they are now the ones who are very much, they have a lot of power to deal with this work. Have you been able to assess, or are you going to look at what they can be able to do? Or is it the same, are they the same challenges they share with the national government, the National Museum? And about digitalization, digitalization can happen in many ways. For example, features such as caves, cultural landscapes of all types, be they authoring sites, burial sites, can be digitized, and that will be a way of conserving cultural heritage. So what to digitize, I don't think that one is a big problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this forum, a very interesting discussion that we have here. Mine is a bit of a follow-up of what has been said, a commentary of sorts. Now, and I'll actually start from the conclusion of the presenters, Professor Home and Dr. Gachihi. Her conclusion, Dr. Gashihi's conclusion was memories can be erased, memories can be emphasized, and memories can be de-emphasized. Professor Home, on the other hand, said that there is a goodwill, but the structures are not there. And from that, those two conclusions of the same topic, then I'm left wondering if this is clear to those who are advocating for memorization. And we also know the pitfalls of the historical process, that it is possible within the historical process to have selective memory. Are we also, in this case, going to achieve what we want to achieve? We don't have the structures, we don't have the support, and then there's history itself that only selects what the source of that information is interested in, and the rest to be left out. The other thing that I've also noted is when we look at the entire history of Kenya since colonialism, we have this kind of division, or let me just call it division for loss of a better word at the moment, that right from the beginning, we have the elite, the educated elite. They have their way, they have their own perspective to issues. They have their own response to colonialism, which is different from the response of those who are not in that category of Africans. So the educated elite will have all along been on this, the right side. And if you look at the ones who became members of the Mau Mau, ex-war veterans, who are the ex-war veterans? From which group of people in the society were the war veterans drawn from? What lessons did they learn when they were out there? And how did those lessons impact on their lives, impact of their understanding, and impact on their response to colonialism. That is why the responses were different. And therefore, even as we look at the memorization, then we know that there are people who will not be very interested in it. In fact, I think it's yesterday or whichever day that we had that when you go to those memories, when you open the woods, you are actually opening a wood for even us who are out here. Some of us do not want to remember those things that you are saying you want us to remember. So that's a dilemma that I think we might find ourselves in, even as we try to memorize. I'm not saying memorization is bad. Actually, I support it because that's the only way that we can have a close to complete history of our country. But there are also these other aspects that have come up, not only from the presenters, from themselves, but from other members of the audience. Thank you.
I know we are running out of time. I hope people are not very tired. Maybe we stand up a bit. Yeah, just stand up, please. Just stand up. There is something for those of us who did the paramilitary training before we came to university. Please stretch your hands like this. And then they used to call it "call the rain," itamvua. Itamvua, 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 and then this way, itamvua, 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 itamvua. Thank you very much. Just have a seat. Just have a seat. Now, two quick ones. One to Professor and Dr. Gache, and one to Mtuma. Now, the combination of Dr. Gache and Professor Wahome is actually an embodiment that our department is. Many people don't realize that our department is actually two disciplines in one. We teach each other. They call us memorizers. We call them grave diggers. That's the historians and the archaeologists. But this combination is bringing the two disciplines even closer. That's what I found interesting. But my reading of what you're trying to do is that you're taking a very utilitarian approach to heritage and history. It's useful, let's keep it, we'll learn and all that. Dr. Gache talked about ring fencing and the sustainable view of heritage. But then we know that the interpretation, of history and what we call heritage, and the whole notion of memorialization is very transient. It depends on class, generation, gender sometimes. What we treasure now, I'm not quite sure whether our children will treasure them as heritage. So what is it that we're going to ring-fence them that can cut across generations, genders, and classes? And how sustainable is that going to be? Now, my other question is related to what our student Wilson was asking Mtuma. Mtuma, I almost lost hope in our police force when you spoke. The colonial roots and how they have continually operated within a framework that is less civil, more brutal. And I was wondering, Mtuma, I know that you've been within security studies for long. Are there any alternative models of organizing our policy than what we have had? If you can share something with us on that, we'll be very happy. And I guess many Kenyans in here will be very happy.
For the questions, I don't know if we have any from online. Okay. So, Prof, you can respond to the questions raised.
Dr. Obongi, maybe let me begin with you because, yeah, because you ask a question that I'm also asking myself. When you talked about ring fencing, it was a question because as an historian, I know how difficult that is, especially having just talked about the fluid legacy of the Mau Mau through the post-colonial regimes. But because we are talking about sustainable heritage, practical heritage, I was thinking that we are not completely helpless, that there should be some bare minimum about things we should be able to do so that we do not fall back beyond where we had fallen. In the village I used to see people splitting wood and putting something so that the little gain they had made in splitting that bit of wood is not lost. I think that is what we need, to look at those small gains that we can have in order to secure Mau Mau legacy. And we have had some very good examples from our listeners. There's someone who talked about, what about dedicated library for Mau Mau? What about a Mau Mau museum that does nothing else but house those narratives and heritage in whatever form? That is what I meant. Maybe ring fencing was not a very good word, but that's what I meant. To save Mau Mau from the whims and vagaries of whoever that it is that comes to power. That even the gains you had made are actually lost because, you know, in new dispensations, the values, the priorities again can be appended and we begin afresh. That is really what I meant. There was also, see, let's finish with this. Sit down. From my student, Bitengo, he talked about, he asked a question and said, is it the intention of the elite that everything should be forgotten? And I worry about that because elite has been used very loosely. You know, who is elite? You know, when you look at going beyond the Mau Mau, for example, it was easy to talk about the elites against the subaltern during the Mau Mau. But in the post-colonial dispensation, I think we need to rethink who it is that we are calling the elite. Because I'm thinking, actually, that some of the sons and daughters of Mau Mau are now elite. How are they going to tell the story of their fathers? On the second count, I think you had a good point. Were the Mau Mau victims of failed transition? Absolutely, at least in economic terms. My only worry is whether we should think of Mau Mau as a class who are disadvantaged at independence, because there are also so many other segments that are equally disadvantaged, not out of the war, right? So do we want to keep going back to the Mau Mau only, or do we want to carry everybody? The Mau Mau have their own issues. There's no question about that. They had, claims to certain things. But perhaps we should also rethink this saving of the Mau Mau, salvaging one group. Perhaps if we salvage a bigger group, we can carry the Mau Mau within that other group. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. There are a few questions here. Where is the heritage? As I said from the very beginning, this question was asked by Tabitha and Tony. And as I said from the beginning, there are countries that have been able to preserve their heritage. So first and foremost, it's not lost. The heritage is not lost. What we call our heritage or Mau Mau heritage cannot be lost. One, we have the Athens Charter, which allows reconstruction. And Karatina University has done it. They have reconstructed the model villages. They have modeled the villages, the concentration villages that were used to hold the population and to control it from going into the war zones. I think that is a very practical example because we are also having a new approach to conservation. We have something called the contemporary theory of conservation. And what that does is it views the heritage to be conserved as having a particular value to the society. And this requires that stakeholders must participate. And that is what has been happening at Karatina University. They have reconstructed also the watchtowers, which cannot be constructed because they were destroyed. They have conserved the tunnel, the moat, the dish, yes, has been conserved. And it has been conserved by working with the Mau Mau on how it looked and how what were its features, even in terms of the spikes and everything else. And that way they have saved part of that heritage. We have concentration camps and we have areas that were used as incarceration for prisoner, for Mau Mau. That can also be digitized so that we know, like Hora, the other places while you know, all those concentration camps and also work camps, all those can be digitized for our population. Before I go on, we have exhibits here. Where do those exhibits go after we are done with them? You know, can those exhibits help people who may not be able to read the entire history, but get the snippet of that history from that exhibit by making it available to them? I have gone to the University of Bristol, but my main interest was Bristol Gallery. And in that, let me not talk about that. But what I wanted to say is that there is a lot of heritage there that came from private collections. And there are many that exist that are not accessible. We have caves, we have also sites where Mau Mau had their beds and so on, those areas that are mentioned. All those are sites and the beds can be reconstructed, everything, and using the Athens Charter, which I had given Kitata to use for Kameretho, which was also destroyed. So it is possible to bring heritage back. County governments, we are actually currently working with the county governments because museums are under the authority of county governments right now. So county governments is what we are working with, and there is a possibility of getting more information. And next time we talk, because this one is a bit hurried, we will talk about our progress in that area. But finally, digitization, I think Wafula already said that there are so many areas that can be digitized. Digitization is simply converting that image to a computer readable document so that you don't have the bulkiness, but it is available to populations who may need it from time to time. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if we can give 2 minutes to our online presenter, Rutera.
Yes, thank you very much. You can hear me? Yes. Two questions. One from Kenneth, the other one from Akoko. They are both related because one from Akoko is asking what if any impact of the Constitution Kenya 2010 on the Kenya Police Force. And Kenneth is saying that our paint and I left him with a very bleak feeling about the police force. I think both are related in a sense. And I want to begin by saying, every society gets the police it deserves. And you get the kind of police you struggle for. And I think what you look at, what we have in the Constitution, it's really a promise of the kind of police service we can get if we struggle for it. But remember, law and Constitution is the menu, it's not the meal. The meal still has to be cooked. And the cooking is actually where the challenge is. We have to put in a lot of work. And the cooking, the delivery of that promise is in the politics. So the Constitution makes a promise. We've been working and put laws into place, but since this is about power, every process of change, even if you get new forms of laws, you also get new forms of domination and repression. And I think the idea is really what I'm trying to do here is to say that you've got to continue working and struggling for change at every time, because law is also very, very, very often used to mask forms of domination and repression, even as it helps you progress. So we can't be satisfied with a new constitution, but we must give life to it, we must give new meaning to it. And we keep moving on, but bearing in mind that law is also a site of domination. It's an instrument of domination, and it on itself cannot deliver transformation and change. So thank you very much, and I hope that really leaves you with a more optimistic view of the police reform project, and not despair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rutere. Baka hapa, myself, I can say the four presenters, thank you so much. The discussants, thank you so much. And even the participants, both online and on-site, I appreciate for making this session fruitful. Asante. Back to you, Prof.
Okay. Oh, see the burning issue. Oh, all right. That's a burning question.
Just 2 minutes. I served in the Kenyan police from 1992 to 2004.
Wow.
And in 2009, I was appointed by the Kibaki regime to the Presidential Police Reform Task Force. And our job for our online presenter there, my brother, was to turn the police force into a police service. I have a dream like Martin Luther King, and I've often said that to my police colleagues, is that one day we will have a police force in Kenya that I can be proud to say I once wore that uniform, but we ain't got there yet. Thank you. And just to say, sorry, we gave our report to Mr. Kibaki in October 2009. We had 200 recommendations on how to change a police force to a police service. You can read them on our police reform task force, which is on the internet. And two of the main ones was the National Police Service Commission and IPOA, the Independent Oversight Police Authority. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Harris, for that anecdote. And I don't want to call it a confession, but it's an anecdote. Now, friends, we can hang on a bit. I know we have been sitting for long. We have one more session to go with 3 presenters. And the session is entitled Diasporic Memories, Transmission Solidarities. The coordinator is our colleague, Gilbert Wafula. We need to have about 1 hour and 30 minutes and we finish and go. Please, your patience. So, Wafula, there you are. Yeah. As Wafula comes, we also have close relatives who have been police officers, some of them who are still police officers. So, Harris, you're not the only one in that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a bit late. Most of you are tired, but please persevere so that we finish today's program. I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity to coordinate the final session. It's The theme of the session is diasporic memories and transnational solidarities. We are going to have 3 presentations. The first one is by Dr. George Gona, our chair, together with his colleagues, Dr. Tsepo Moloi and Akech Akoko. I don't know whether the others are around, but
until Tuesday. So the deadline for
okay. Then the second, the discussant for Dr. Gona's presentation will be Dr. Mutuma Rutere, who is online. Then the second presentation will be that by Lorraine Cochrane of the Department of History, Archaeology and Social Sciences, University of Exeter. She will present the topic called Mau Mau and the Postcolonial British State, Memories and Representations of the Counterinsurgency in Contemporary Britain. That one, the discussant will be Dr. Justus Onyango. Then the final presentation will be that by Hannah Ahmedi from the University of Cambridge, entitled Diasporic Duties, Transnational Networks of Solidarity from Mau Mau to Turtle Island. The discussant will be Dr. Kathleen Anangwe. Welcome, viewers online. And now I'd like to give the opportunity to Dr. Gona.
This has been a long day. I'm not feeling very well, but like the South Africans would say, it must happen. I think that's the language, right? I went to school at Vets, so this paper is sort of a reflection on methodological issues of researching underground activities. And this is a collaborative endeavor between Dr. Tsepo Moloi, Akech Akoko from Kenyatta University. I want to make a correction there. Tsepo Moloi is at University of Johannesburg, not at Wits. He studied at Wits and was associated with the history workshop there, but now he is at the University of Johannesburg. Basically, our paper is simply a reflection or methodological reflection on our experiences of researching underground movements in apartheid South Africa and Kenya's underground movements of the 1970s and 80s, respectively. Akech is away. He traveled to the village, so he has very poor network. He's online, but I've spared him, or we have spared him talking. So I'll give an introduction. Tsepo will give the South African experience, and I'll come back and speak briefly about the Kenyan experience on researching or studying underground activities. So I begin. Samuel Fury, Charles Daly observes that despite the promise of the digital humanities, archival research in Africa continues to be highly personalized and analog process. regarding the writing of the history of post-independence Africa. Daly goes on to suggest that despite widespread literacy and knowledge of archiving practices, the records of some important, if not contentious, aspects of Africa's post-independence history are rarely archived in a central state archive. He emphasizes that, and I quote, "Those studying contemporary African history seldom have the luxury of working in a formal archive, state or otherwise. Instead, the records on post-independence African politics, which can be found in many countries, are archives which are personalized and analog, not only in states that experienced civil wars in the post-independence period, such as Nigeria, but also arguably in the states whose capacities for record keeping have never been disrupted by civil war and military dictatorship, but were one form or the other of authoritarian civil rule. Moreover, even when the archives obtains, Dlamini, recent writing in the Journal of African History, 2024, observes that the new archives on the post-independence African states, such as South Africa's, remain unstable, often subjected to continual weeding or censorship by its custodians or authors, compromised by reductions, purges, and new restrictions on the one hand, and disorderly and uncatalogued on the other hand. In the Kenyan context, easy access to the newly declassified material is hampered by the refusal by the Kenyan government, or if you like, the cabinet, to initiate the process of repatriation of the materials now in the custody of the British government at Kew Gardens. That these new archives are spread out geographically and physically located in various countries across Africa, Europe, and the United States also compounds the challenge of access, especially the too often resource poor and visa restricted third world scholarship. The Kenyan and South African underground movements have striking similarities and differences. Whereas the underground movements in South Africa and Kenya were clandestine organizations, the South African underground movements were organs of the banned political parties, such as the African National Congress and the Pan-African Congress. In the Kenya underground movements, we have December 12th movement and Mwakenya. These were independent of any of the proscribed post-independence political parties, such as the Kenya People's Union. Additionally, unlike Kenya, South Africa seems to have opened up its past to scrutiny by establishing many archives of both oral and written documents, which can shed light on the political activities of the various actors in the struggle against apartheid government. These archives, located in the National Archives and universities, include the historical papers, research archives at the Wits University, the NC archives, the archive and the public culture initiative at the University of Cape Town, the Nelson Mandela Center of Memory, and the University of Western Cape. Yet, as Dlamini points out, the NC is yet to share its security archives with the public. The old South African Security Police maintain a firm control over the apartheid-era police archives. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's archive remains uncatalogued and unstable. Further afield, the AU Liberation Committee's digitized and open access archives, the Portuguese Secret Police archives in Lisbon, and the British Anti-Apartheid Movement archive in Oxford are invaluable sources, which can be used by researchers to write about South Africa's recent history. In other words, what we're suggesting is that to write the stories of the underground, we therefore need multiple archives to do this. So we are simply saying that the absence of centralized archive and the inherent limitations of writing a history of the subalterns as gleaned from their appearances in the official sources throw up challenges akin to the challenges which the historians of pre-colonial Africa faced, often resorting to the effective use of multiple and frequently fragmentary sources. We use oral history, linguistics, archaeological findings, and in some cases, written sources. Similarly, the historians of the contemporary post-independence period have also deployed multiple archives and used fragmentary sources of newspapers, memoirs, documentaries, and audiovisual materials to reconstruct the post-independent history states and societies. So in both instances of the South African situation and the Kenyan situation, the issue, the important issue of triangulation of sources is very key aspect of the process of history writing, albeit for markedly different reasons. Whereas states such as Kenya and South Africa have maintained centralized archives, arguably, these archives mainly contain some aspects of the official records or highly censored records of the underground movements, which challenge the various successive authoritarian regimes that rule these states. Therefore, one can glean aspects of these movements from such sources, the nature of the state civilians and the prevailing attitudes of the regime towards the ideals and ideas of the movements that challenged its hold on power, the state operatives' views and attitudes and snitches who sold out or betrayed these movements. It tells a partial official story of the support to the authorities, whether it was apartheid South Africa or post-independence Kenya, what they called subversives. Seldom do these lopsided official records tell us something about the internal debates and contestations which shaped the underground movement's ideas, ideals, strategy, and tactics. In contrast, the newly established archives hosted by the libraries such as Ukombozi Library, Durani mentioned this in the morning, Ukombozi Library and Mashujaa Heritage Archives and Library called Mwakenya House have very valuable documentary sources on Kenya's underground movements, such as the December 12 movement in Kenya. However, to get a complete reconstruction of the history of the underground, several methodological challenges, we can observe various challenges. So these organizations' written or documentary archives only survived in bits and pieces. Some of them, you can find a document or two because of somebody moving from one place to another. Somebody decided to bury some of the documents. Some of them burnt half of the documents. And therefore, we find only fragmentaries of these documents. And again, it depends on whether somebody is willing to actually share that information with you or not. So we are simply saying that the archives of the underground movements mostly tend to be the think tank types. If they are likely survived house movements and underground operatives' flight, exile, and police raids, we are saying that the best way in which we can capture these stories of the underground is to use the oral narrative or the oral history. But we are again observing from our experiences is that oral history or oral evidence with regard to the underground activities of South Africa and Kenya, for that matter, is fraught with so many problems. I just want to mention a few so that then I can give Tsepo opportunity to give the South African experience, and I'll come back to give the bits of the Kenyan experience. One question, or a few questions. One will also, there's this worry that when somebody gives you information, you'll misrepresent them. So there's always that fear of the underground. Then there's always whose perspective are you giving? Because you're interviewing one person, then you're going to interview another one. Each of them has all these variations. There's this whole question of asking questions from an ideological positioning. Underground operatives largely were very ideological. I think in this room I was asked when I presented something on the underground, I was asked, you better look at things in the Marxist way. So I was called a bourgeois historian. Now, when you have your informant actually labeling you, then, there's a problem of conversation there. So how much will you gather, so to speak? I'll stop there. I'll ask Tsepo to give the South African experience, and then I'll come and quickly sum it up. He's online. Dr. Tsepo?
Yes, can you hear me? Am I audible, George? Hello? Thank you very much, George. I hope you can all hear me. Okay, I'll just go ahead so that I don't waste time. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Yes.
Go on, please.
Oh, right. Thank you very much, Chair. So I will just pick on what George was discussing, just to discuss a few of the challenges that historians or researchers doing history of underground work are faced with in South Africa. And these are largely based on my experience when doing field work. But let me preface my discussion by pointing out that since 1994, with the advent of democracy in South Africa, there has been a growing scholarship on the history of underground work in South Africa, in spite of the challenges relating to a lack of archives or written evidence. And I must say, I mean, this comes from people who were themselves underground operatives who started writing up their memoirs, having their biographies written and so on. And we have from these sources learned a lot about the work of underground operatives, both from the African National Congress and the Pan-Africanist Congress, which without these sources wouldn't have known, simply because of the nature of underground work, which was secretive. Now, the first challenge that we're experiencing in South Africa, and I'm sure, I mean, this could also be the case in Kenya, is about accessing the underground operatives or the former underground operatives. To first allow them to talk to you, but to also get them to talk about some of the sensitive or controversial incidences or that they were part of. Now, we rely heavily on being referred to underground operatives by either former underground operatives themselves who worked with them or credible and respected leaders of their movements. If not, chances that they would not grant you an interview because it's around the issue of trust. But what we have observed, or at least I have observed, is that if you are lucky after being having access through referral from these underground operatives or the leaders of the movement, is that if the former underground operatives agrees to give you an interview and sit down with you, chances are, and this is through observations from my work, is that in most cases they are silent on speaking on some of the controversial issues. You might have read or picked up some of this from written work or from others, but I have come across people that I've interviewed who at some point they felt comfortable to talk to me, but they will just deliberately not they felt that were controversial. Just to give you an example to demonstrate this point, is that I interviewed one of the persons, and each and every person that I interviewed who operated underground or who worked with underground operatives, they always mentioned him. And then I finally went to meet him, and he was willing to talk to me. But there's this issue around rape, because each and every person, they will allude to that, but some people never mentioned him, that he was involved in raping one of the young people that he had recruited to help to send out into exile. Through the interviews that I conducted with him twice, which lasted about 4 hours, never mentioned it. And this was only to come out in the book that the person that he allegedly raped. Actually, it's interesting because going to talk to him again, I just want to hear if he will be able to open up about that. But because of this silence about some of this, it hinders how we document the history of underground work, because there's always going to be a gap remaining. The second point that I wanted to share, it's related to what I alluded to about referrals. Because of underground, I mean, it was secretive, no, very little reaching sources. If you have to be formal sources, and in most cases, especially the NC, which are more than the PC, I mean, they tried to document some of these activities, but you'll find that it's dry in terms of names of people, the activities that they were involved in, and some of the debates. So we'll also rely on former underground operatives to refer us to others. Now the problem that's a positive thing, can we work towards our advantage, because we get to know people who are involved underground, otherwise we wouldn't know them. But there's also the downside to this, because in most cases, or in certain instances, I should say, is that these former underground activities tend to channel historians or researchers to people that they are acquainted with, but also people that they, for a lack of better word, like. Okay, so if they, even if they were in the same movement, known about each other's activities, if they've no longer friends, comrades, acquaintances, chances are that they wouldn't refer you to some of these other former underground operatives. And by doing so, they develop this notion of gatekeeping. So it also limits you as a historian as to who else to interview in addition to the people that they've channeled you to. But this, I mean, it can be resolved because once you start interviewing people and people start warming up to you and getting trusting you, then they start to tell you about other people. But it is a problem that we face, especially for young scholars who are still getting their feel of the field. Without these referrals, then chances that they will not be able to venture out to interview. Are some gaps in the historical documentation of this particular key or component of the struggle. Then the third one is about trust. Naturally, on underground operatives, I mean, they relied on each other, few as they were, and trust was the major issue. It was key for their survival. So if they don't trust you as a historian, because most of them, or some of them wouldn't know you, then chances are that you wouldn't be able to get an interview. I've come across incidences where someone will flatly refuse because they don't know me, they don't trust me, even if I tell them that I was referred to by someone. So trust, it's a big issue when coming to interviewing and getting information about underground work, and it takes time to create that rapport, to develop that rapport with the former underground operatives. But once you have managed to do that, to develop this trust, then it chances are, and I know this for a fact, then chances are people get to tell you stories about their activities and some of the controversial issues that they were involved in. Now, the other part related to this, just going to end now because 10 minutes is about to finish. It's the issue of usually the former underground operatives. They will use their nom de guerre instead of using real names. So they will always, as you interview, refer to their comrades, and naturally, because that's how they remember their comrades, using this nom de guerre. And this has also caused a problem because you'll find that some of the people when telling their stories, narrating their stories, that they will exaggerate their role. And then because they are relying on this issue of trust and secret, clandestine workings, is that they will say, no, I worked with this person, his nom de guerre or her nom de guerre was this. But chances are that you will never be able to locate that person. And it becomes a problem as to how then do you write an authentic story or history about the history of underground. So there's also issue of exaggeration and distortion from some, then and because of lack of written document, written sources, as George was indicating earlier, that it poses a challenge for us to write about this. Finally, Chair, just a minute. It's about how do we document the history of underground work. A point I want to relate it to some of the information that we glean from some of the people that we interviewing that would in some of the incriminating information without providing substantive evidence. And for you to be able to get that, if you don't get that from any written sources, then it becomes a problem about writing how to document this history. I've come across people who, for a variety of reasons, they will just name people's, divulge people's names and say that this person was involved in this particular controversial issue. And it is upon us as historians to make sure that we get evidence to substantiate the claims. If we don't get that, then we might be liable for lawsuits.
To just add one or two things on what the experiences of researching and the underground research based on what Sepo has got. Let's talk about trust. In the Kenyan context, you have a situation where you have to be vouched, right? I mean, you can't just go to an underground operative because you know he was an underground. I have this example where somebody who's in Wangige, whom I would have simply driven there in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, had to be referred to somebody in Tarbo, because the person who was referring me to the Tarbo person knew that he's the only one who can actually convince the person in Wangige in the outskirts of Nairobi to speak to me. Right? So the issue of trust and being vouched is very, very central to it. And then the idea of being channeled. There's a tendency of you're channeled to somebody, but you talk to them, and then they tell you, well, I have somebody somewhere in a ridge here, but you know he turned right. Remember I talked about ideology? He turned right, that means he became a sellout. So a sellout in the underground should not be talked to. So how much, what history then are you writing if you have just to write about the victorious underground operative and not the one who turned in their language, turn right? All right. So there are many, and hopefully we can do deeper writing of this story because it's beyond the challenges of any historical research. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for our presenters. We are going to do it this way. I just want to remind Dr. Mutuma that you'll be the discussant for this paper by Dr. Gona and his colleagues. Now I want us to go to the next presenter, Lorraine Cochrane. If you're around, please welcome. Minutes, please. We are late. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. In the interest of time, I will keep it brief because I'm aware it's been a very, very long day. So I promise I will not take too long. So if you can just humor me for a little bit longer, that would be great. So we've heard a lot about the legacies of Mau Mau in Kenya. And today I'm going to talk in a very limited capacity about the impact of Mau Mau and the emergency period in contemporary Britain. The British Empire has become a major point of contention in modern public discourses about Britain's past. Historians, writers, and politicians of all political persuasions regularly engage in heated debates in public about what has been termed the culture wars. This often consists of lots of oversimplified questions, such as, was the British Empire a good or a bad thing, or were the colonies better off under British rule? But these never really lead to any meaningful discussions about the repercussions or the legacies of empire in Britain or the wider world. Writers, historians, politicians, and journalists have debated the nature of the British Empire and how it should be taught, remembered, and whose history should be at the forefront. Now, the British school system curriculum doesn't teach the British Empire, and while calls for this to change have been made over the last few years, people have to do their own research to learn about empire from other means. Books written by people such as Satnam Sangera, such as his Empire World and Empire Land, have tried to discuss how the British Empire shaped modern UK and the wider world. Simultaneously, more conservative historians continue to pen works that work on a more moral balance sheet approach, highlighting the supposed benefits of the British Empire, citing the modernisation of the colonies. A huge part of the discussions about the British Empire in public have been about the legacies of the transatlantic slave trades. And much like elsewhere in the West, throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Britain saw several Black Lives Matter protests. And it seemed that the British public would perhaps have to face or at least recognise Britain's imperial past, as they were shown repeated footage of scenes such as protesters pulling down a statue of the famous slave trader Edward Colston into the Bristol docks. But overall, the British UK public space seems to be divided by those who are calling for wider engagement with histories of empire and those who would, excuse me, who would rather forget about the past and avoid uncomfortable discussions about their country's historic brutalities, or continue to invoke positive histories, instilling a sense of pride in the empire. And while more needs to be done to increase public knowledge about the history of the empire, I believe that there has been a shift towards larger public knowledge of the violence of the British Empire, and often Kenya occupies a central place in these discussions. In this paper, I am going to discuss where the Mau Mau rebellion and the wider British counterinsurgency operations to suppress it fits into this public space of the British Empire in the UK. It will analyse recent events which have seen the history of the empire pulled into public view to assess the role of the emergency period in public histories and memories of the empire. It will be argued that despite the continued need for further public education and acknowledgement of colonial violence throughout the British Empire, the Mau Mau rebellion has a prominent place in public discourses about the empire, particularly in discussions about colonial violence. I believe that this is a direct result of the 2012 litigation seeking damages for the violences committed against Kenyan people during the emergency. The prominence of Mau Mau history can be found in discussions of empire invoked in recent events, such as the death of Queen Elizabeth II and the recent state visit of King Charles III to Kenya last year. Mau Mau has also left its mark on the archive, which we have often heard throughout the past 2 days. And with the Hanslope disclosure coming out of the 2012 cases and this permanently altering discourses about archival processes and state secrecy, the impact of these cases is seen even further. I do want to stress that the British public is still immensely undereducated about the violences of the emergency, and more work needs to be done to increase the knowledge of this. But I consider the 2012 court case as a turning point in how the colonial histories of violence were dealt with in public. And now, 12 years on, I believe that there is a baseline recognition of the violence that took place in Kenya. And the Mau Mau rebellion has become a reference point when talking about colonial violence in wider public, journalistic, and literary spaces. Feelings about the British Empire and its history among the British public are often in flux. They range from rose-tinted memories of imperial greatness and a sense of colonial nostalgia to more nuanced recognitions of the implications of colonial hegemonic power. 10 years ago, British public opinion and data gathering company YouGov revealed that by 3-1, British people believed that the empire was something to be proud of. They also believed that the British Empire left colonies better off, while 1/3 of people surveyed wanted the empire to still exist. In 2020, YouGov took a more international approach, surveying which European countries with colonial pasts were most proud of their histories of empire. The UK came in second place, with 32% of respondents seeing the empire as a source of pride and not of shame. Historians have also noted that the 2016 Brexit vote saw invocations of the memories of empire used to stoke political fires over key issues such as immigration and Britain's wider place in the world. As I say, historians have argued that Brexit showcased that how memories of empire were still a potent political force. And just last month, the National Centre for Social Research survey analysed attitudes and trends around conceptions of British identity. The centre marked a 22% decrease in the amount of people saying that they were proud of Britain's history. And while the survey doesn't go into details about what kind of history they were referring to, it is highly likely that the increased knowledge of Britain's crusade of violence in the name of painting the map red has led to this drop in public pride in recent years. Such data does indicate, however, the ever-shifting public perceptions of the histories of the British Empire and its place within the wider British identity. Calls for post-colonial apology and reparations often rear their head in the UK. And in recent years, we have seen declarations of government regret over acts of colonial violence. In 2010, the UK government apologised for violences enacted at Bloody Sunday in Derry in 1972. And in 2019, then Prime Minister Theresa May expressed deep regret over the massacre at Jallianwala Bagh in Amritsar. And the demand for apology continues. This year, it was reported that 6 in 10 people in the UK believe that Caribbean nations and descendants of enslaved people should receive a formal apology from the government, the royal family, or firms that profited from exploitation. In 2023, then Prime Minister Rishi Sunak promptly rejected calls for apologies and reparations for slavery. With such repeated demands for and few instances of Britain actually apologising for colonial crimes, the British public has been faced with very public calls for governmental and political recognition of colonial violence. However, I believe the most well-known instance of this was the 2012 litigation seeking damages for the violences committed during the emergency in Kenya. To give a brief oversight of the course of those court cases, in 2012, Kenyans who were formerly detained in camps created by the British government in the Kenya emergency took the Foreign Commonwealth Office, the FCO, to the High Court in London. They alleged that torture, sexual assault, and murder was committed within the camp system. This culminated in a high-profile legal affair, which eventually resulted in the FCO begrudgingly settling the case out of court for £19.9 million. This would be granted to a total of 5,228 ex-detainees and victims of the counterinsurgency campaign. The settlement also included paying for the Mau Mau Memorial, which is now in Uhuru Park. This was a huge development in the British government's handling of its colonial history. Although making a statement in Parliament on the settlement, the then Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs, William Hague, stressed that the government did not believe, quote, "this settlement establishes a precedent in relation to any other former British colonial administration." Here, he indicated to any other victims from former colonies that if they were seeking reparations, this would not be welcomed. But putting this rhetoric aside, the entire affair marked a turning point in public discourses about how the British government officially recognised the violence that it committed in Kenya during the emergency. And they did atone for it in this very, very limited way. The Mau Mau court cases are now the benchmark and reference point for public debates in the UK about potential further reparations and atonement for empire. And aside from the financial settlement, these legal proceedings had another significance, which was obviously the discovery of colonial documents. The FCO were found to have been secretly withholding thousands of documents from the colonial era under the guise that the government officials were unaware of their existence. The government eventually disclosed that at its Hanslope Park site, 20,000 undisclosed files from 37 former colonies were housed. The Mau Mau litigation therefore prompted the FCO to agree to a staggered release of these documents, which have now been labelled the Migrated Archives. The majority of them were transferred to the National Archives between 2012 and 2013. The Hanslope disclosure, as it has also been labelled, was a major discovery for historians of empire, as it opened up new avenues for research. But it also fueled concerns about the dishonesty of the government and a lack of accessibility to files which really should have been in the public domain anyway. There was also arguments and discussions about the fact that this was proving that the British government had over time presented its own preferred narrative of empire. Now, the Migrated Archive is still a major point of contention for historians for obvious reasons after their release. One of these issues is the problem of access, as the collection, even in the UK, has been removed from public access on a couple of occasions, and most recently for 2 months in 2022. The TNA, the National Archives, announced that the files had been withdrawn due to evidence of historical preservation treatment of these files, indicating that they had been sprayed with insecticides and they were sent to specialist consultants to be checked. And it was ridiculous, to be honest. But the issue with this was students had planned to come over to view these files from former colonies to do their research, and very last minute, they could not access their files. So it's another instance of these accessibility problems with the Migrated Archives. Therefore, even after their discovery or rediscovery, whichever you would like to label the Hanslope disclosure as, this has further consecrated the Mau Mau litigation into public memory and discourses about British colonial and post-colonial governance. Furthermore, amid other debates, other public conversations about the about the repatriation of colonial loot from UK museums, the Migrated Archives fit well into conversations about who should keep the bureaucratic miscellanea of colonial rule. Since independence, the Kenyan government has made several requests for the return of colonial documentation regarding Kenya, including the Migrated Archives. These requests were always rejected by the British government, who deployed the well-versed argument that this would set a precedent for former colonies. However, in March last year, the National Archives announced that it had finally begun a programme to digitise these records. The programme has begun with files related to African countries, and this includes Kenya. But it is estimated that this digitisation programme will take between 5 and 10 years. This is obviously a huge step in the right direction. However, questions still remain about the appropriateness of denying the return of the original documents to their country of origin. Furthermore, many of the documents in the National Archives that reveal the most about the Mau Mau Rebellion are not actually in the Migrated Archives collection. While this collection does reveal a lot about the intricacies of the emergency, and they are incriminating, a lot of the files that reveal more about the emergency are in the Colonial Office and War Office files, which, as far as I'm aware, are not being digitised. Furthermore, the CO 1066 photographic collection, which is the main focus of my PhD thesis, contains 17 photographic albums of the emergency period, and these are not being digitised either. Therefore, this step in digitisation only goes so far, and the issues surrounding these colonial documents continues to rage on. But nevertheless, the Migrated Archives have informed numerous academic works, and their impacts on British colonial and imperial history writing has been significant. It is also important to note that were it not for the Mau Mau litigation, these files may never have been released to the public. And I think this signifies once more the importance of the Kenya emergency on modern historical practices in Britain. Furthermore, any discussion of these Hanslope of the Migrated Archive files must make reference to the revelation of the files, firmly establishing this development in the history of Mau Mau studies as an integral part of Britain's public history. The Kenya emergency is also well represented in British archives across the country. Alongside the material in the National Archives, there is a wealth of material on Mau Mau and the British counterinsurgency campaign, and this is extensive. In my own PhD, I have accessed 12 archives across the UK, which all hold material related to Mau Mau. From Edinburgh to Cambridge, various archival collections have a huge amount of data revealing the intricacies of the emergency, from high-level governmental operations to personal experiences of missionaries and settlers. Such an expanse of archival material highlights the level of research possibilities, which could further develop our understanding of the mechanics of colonial power and governance and the implications of this for the Kenyan population and the British population at home. But more recent events have revealed the prevalence of the history of Mau Mau in public discourses of the British Empire. One moment when Mau Mau was frequently invoked again was the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Upon the death of Queen Elizabeth on the 8th of September, 2022, British society essentially came to a standstill. Thousands of people lined the streets to watch her coffin be driven from Balmoral Castle in Scotland all the way to her resting place in London, and an estimated 250,000 people saw her coffin lying in state in Westminster Hall. Shops closed, a national day of mourning was arranged for her funeral, and TV and radio broadcasts discussing her reign preoccupied British life in the days and weeks that followed her death. However, simultaneously, a counter-discourse emerged, where many global news outlets highlighting a lack of mourning across the world, especially in former colonies, owing to the violence of the emergency of the empire enacted in Queen's name. British media noticed this trend. For example, BBC News carried stories highlighting how the late Queen's death triggered renewed calls for compensation and apology for British colonialism. Time magazine ran a piece asserting that her death was a chance to examine the present-day effects of Britain's colonial past. Particularly telling was the response to the news of her death on social media, where many users, including British ones, noted their refusal to honour the life of a monarch who oversaw the brutalities of empire. In the days that followed the Queen's death, British social media platforms were full of conflicting statements of mourning or a refusal to mourn in light of Britain's violent past. Violence of the Kenya emergency was frequently invoked. The violence of the emergency was frequently invoked with posts sharing photos from the detention camps and the wider counterinsurgency in Kenya. Once more, in key public spaces, the history of Mau Mau and the violence of the emergency was invoked, both increasing public awareness of the violence of the British Empire and consecrating Mau Mau's central place within this public discursive space. It should also be noted that just a month before her death, British TV channel, Channel 4, ran a documentary detailing the brutalities of the Kenyan emergency in great detail, ensuring that the violence experienced by Kenyans suspected of being part of Mau Mau were again presented to the British public in close proximity to the time of the Queen's death. The British royal family were once again discussed in relation to the emergency in 2023. Colonial history was at the forefront of King Charles III's visit to Kenya last September. The way that the media reacted to his recent visit was exemplary of the way Britain's colonial history is now often at the forefront of media coverage of state visits to former colonies. In a press release discussing his intended visit, the Crown stated that he would acknowledge the more painful aspects of the UK and Kenya's shared history. To an extent, he did. At a state banquet, he expressed his great regret and sorrow, but he stopped short of an official apology. Before the King's trip, his private secretary said that the King would spend time during his visit to deepen his understanding of the wrongs suffered in this period by the people of Kenya. The wealth of coverage in the wider British and European press begs the question then whether the discourse around his state visit has contributed to an overall deepening of the understanding of the British within the British public of the violence enacted in the name of the continuation of the British Empire. The large presence of Mau Mau history in this discursive space, I feel, reinforces the argument that the general public in the UK is becoming much more aware of the violence within Britain's past, as the media certainly plays a central role in making this more visible in public discourses. To conclude, I have argued that while the British public definitely still has a long way to go in the reckoning with the violence of its empire, the Mau Mau Rebellion has a central place in public discourses about the British Empire. I believe that this is directly a result of the 2012 litigation. The case was a turning point in British knowledge and recognition of violence of British imperialism more broadly, and even in the 12 years since the reparations were announced, we can see this recognition invoked in the recent events that I have discussed. Perhaps the initial period of revelation about the violences of the Kenya emergency that began in the early 2000s has come to an end, but much more work still needs to be done within the British education system, in museum displays, and in public and political discourses to promote the wider knowledge of the extent of the violence of the British Empire and the processes which allowed violence to continue until its demise. And with that, I will wrap up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lauren, for giving us a very interesting perception of the British view of the Mau Mau. Now, Dr. Justus, you'll give a critique, but now let's go to the last presenter, Hannah Ahmedi. I think it's an online presentation. Hannah.
Hi. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We
Okay,
can hear you,
perfect.
Hannah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So I actually am not able to hear you, but I think it is because you are muted. Um, but I will make sure that my presentation does not go too long because I know that it is nearing the end of the day, and people are probably quite tired. This is also a bit unorthodox, but I did present and put together a slideshow just because I knew I was going to be presenting towards the end of the day, and that it might be beneficial to kind of have access to something that's more visual. So I hope that everyone is able to see the slideshow, and if not, do let me know, and hopefully I can attempt to get that going. But it should be up now, right, at the current moment. But yeah, so thank you for listening to my presentation today. My name is Hannah Ahmedi, and I am a recent student from the University of Cambridge who focused on gender in Mau Mau. But today for my presentation, I'm going to be focusing on the notion of diasporic duties, transnational networks of solidarity from Mau Mau to Turtle Island. So essentially where I wanted to begin was looking at the presence of Kenyans within Canada. So I hope my screen is still sharing, hopefully. Yes, but starting off, at present, there are about 29,235 Kenyans who live within the Kenyan diaspora in Canada, and this is according to the 2021 census. The Kenyan diaspora is heavily concentrated within major urban and semi-urban areas of the country, with over 15,000 living in Ontario, which is where I currently live, and 10,000 of those 15,000 living in Toronto, which is one of the most multicultural cities in the world. Interestingly, we also see that the amount of the Kenyan diaspora within Canada has decreased by year. The highest period of immigration was before 1980, which could be traced to the fact that it's not broken down by decade prior to that. Nonetheless, the second highest period of immigration would have been in the 1980s. Notably, the presence of Kenyans in Canada might be not to be taking into consideration the role of second or third generation members of the diaspora, who either do not engage with their Kenyan identity or view themselves as Canadian rather than members of the diaspora. Nonetheless, immigration identification aside, both categories, whether you're a first generation immigrant or the child of immigrants who have recently arrived to Canada from Kenya, these members of the diaspora must be viewed within the context of Canada as a settler. With more than 29,000 Kenyans living in Canada as settlers, this presentation is representative of a current working paper that I'm trying to figure out, seeking to understand and question the specific intersection of Kenyan diasporic identity and Indigenous solidarity across Canada. More specifically, how I kind of got to this topic is that my own identity as someone who's Kenyan Canadian, who has worked on gender in Mau Mau, led me to reflect on the ways in which diasporas connect historical and contemporary liberation struggles, and the way in which identity in our globalized world can provide insight into anti-colonial resistance within the 21st century. To give kind of a clear roadmap of what exactly I'm going to be discussing today, I'm first going to start off talking about the discomfort of potentially looking at the intersection of a diaspora and these transnational networks of liberation and solidarity. From there, understanding that this is a conference that majority of people are approaching as historians of Mau Mau, I did want to give a contextualization of the Canadian context, specifically because this working paper is approaching Mau Mau from a more interdisciplinary and contemporary approach that is utilizing historical information and memory formation to put together this broader understanding of diasporic duties. From there, I'm going to be talking about the Mau Mau landscape post-independence and the way that it's actually fed and potentially made things more difficult for Kenyans part of the diaspora to view Mau Mau as some form of an anti-colonial struggle. From there, I'm going to be kind of turning the page to look at the experience of Kenyans in the diaspora within Canada and the potential limitations that they might potentially face when they're trying to come into contact with engaging in anti-colonial resistance within the 21st century. From there, I just kind of want to end talking and theorizing, but also hopefully hearing from members of the audience after hearing this presentation who do or want to share what they believe the notion of diasporic duties can take moving forward when we're looking at the role of being someone who is Kenyan and having that history of knowing the relationship between Mau Mau and liberation, but also the juxtaposition of that when you're located within a country in which settler colonialism continues to exist, and that same level of independence for Indigenous communities has not yet been reached. So I first just wanted to bring up this notion of discomfort, especially because it is this feeling that was underlying as I was working through this paper and also theorizing about this connection. Of course, no one likes to be called a settler due to the connotations that come with it, specifically because when you think of a settler, you're thinking of early colonial period, when in reality, the word settler within the Canadian context looks a bit different from how it's used in other countries. When we're identifying people as immigrants, the usage of such language tends to overlook the historical and continued disenfranchisement and violence exhibited against Indigenous peoples in Canada for over 4 centuries. In a book discussing the intersection of identity and colonialism in Canada, Emma Battle-Lohman and Adam J. Barker sum up the imperative to use the word settler succinctly by stating, quote, "This word voices relationships to structures and processes in Canada today, to the histories of our peoples on this land, to Indigenous peoples, and to our own day-to-day choices and actions. Settler, this word turns us towards uncomfortable realizations, difficult subjects, and potential complicity in systems of dispossession and violence." As stated by Lohman and Barker, the usage of the word settler is quite contentious, even amongst Canadian society. To use it is to recognize the fact that Indigenous peoples across Canada continue to be subjected to harmful treatment by the state, which I want to provide context for in order to really break down the importance of liberation and solidarity networks between Mau Mau and the Land Back movement. Additionally, there also might be hesitation and discomfort with comparing two very different situations, such as the Mau Mau movement in the 1950s and the current land movement in Canada that has been happening and has still continued to be a fight over the past 3 centuries. Notably, both of these movements, while they have different temporal and spatial elements, are both foregrounded in the notion of anti-colonial resistance that is tied to both disenfranchisement and the relationship to land. With Mau Mau having happened in a different time period and context, what are the ways in which we can use historical anti-colonial land struggles to understand the land struggles that continue to be present today around the world? Academic work has been done on the historical transnational networks of solidarity, most notably focusing on Mau Mau, being the book Mau Mau in Harlem, the U.S. and the Liberation of Kenya, written by Gerald Horne. Taking from this tradition of transnational solidarity networks against colonialism and neocolonialism, this working paper attempts to map out how I got to the position of questioning Kenyan settler identity within Canada. At the current moment, I don't have the answer as to what this diasporic duty looks like, but this current presentation and the working paper I'm bringing forward is how I've gotten to this question in the first place. by thinking about the unique facets that make up the Kenyan diasporic relations to Mau Mau, and in juxtaposition, the relation to settler identity in Canada. I hope that this presentation offers a space of reflection and commentary that is unique to the specific experience of being a Kenyan who is part of the diaspora in Canada. So, as I said earlier, I wanted to give context because of the fact that I recognize that not everyone knows about what's going on in Canada and our relationship with anti-colonial struggles, specifically in relation to the land. Recognizing that the plight of Indigenous peoples in Canada is not common knowledge, it would be inappropriate for me not to foreground our conversation with some context. Right before the onslaught of COVID-19, I was a second-year undergraduate student in Toronto, Canada. During the cold winter months, news started to break surrounding railroad blockades across the country, the closest being in Belleville, Ontario, where members of the Tinaga Mohawk blocked a major Canadian rail line. These rail blockades were in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en, an Indigenous tribe located in northern British Columbia. The Wet'suwet'en are to this day continuing to fight the building of a pipeline on their ancestral and unceded lands. Taken to the British Columbia, which is a province in Canada's Supreme Court of Law, an injunction was given to Wet'suwet'en land defenders for their blockades against the pipeline company. This injunction meant that the government was now interfering in their ability to protect their lands and was telling them that essentially there would be legal action for any more of these Indigenous land defenders standing up to this Canadian company that is planning to put a pipeline through their land. And the image that you're seeing right now, hopefully, is actually an example of what the blockade looked like in Belleville, which is near where I am located. According to Amnesty International, the government and Coastal GasLink, which is the company that's building this pipeline in Canada, have responded against these Indigenous land defenders. Land defenders is another way of understanding people who protect the land against encroachment, using harassment, surveillance, and arresting. Notably, Wet'suwet'en is just one example in a myriad of cases in which the Canadian government has criminalized or cracked down on Indigenous communities standing up for their land. Other examples include the Idle No More rallies, Anishinaabe Park in 1973, which you'll see down here with this little red pin located in Ontario. Over here in the left corner, which we see is Wet'suwet'en, which is in British Columbia. And then over here in the right corner, which is the most famous case of land defenders standing up to the government, which was the Oka crisis in 1990. This was the first time that the Canadian government deployed the military against Indigenous civilians, called the Mohawk, over a land dispute in which a company wanted to build a golf course over an ancestral burial ground for this Indigenous community. All of these examples, and these are just a couple I picked out of dozens and dozens of cases, are examples of ecological imperialism in which Indigenous resistance is criminalized to serve the global capitalist economy. It is important here to recognize that Canada is a settler colonial colony, with Indigenous people having been on the land for thousands of years prior to Europeans. As stated by Amnesty International, quote, "In order to situate what is happening to the Wet'suwet'en Nation today, it is fundamental to have in mind the centuries of Canadian government policies whose aim has been to remove Indigenous peoples from their ancestral lands and assimilate them into settler society. These policies and practices include forced eviction, relocation and dispossession, schooling, mass incarceration, forced sterilization, among others. Many of the words that I've just mentioned are reminiscent of tactics used by the British during the colonial period in Kenya against African citizens. While today I don't have the time or expertise to go into detail surrounding the dehumanization or mistreatment of Indigenous peoples in Canada, which I oftentimes will refer to as Turtle Island, which is the language Indigenous peoples use to refer to the country that we now understand as Canada, I want to make evident that the growth of Canadian immigration and multiculturalism has occurred alongside the continued mistreatment of Indigenous peoples and the misappropriation and stealing of their land. When Canada was first established with the founding document on Indians and land reserve Indians, we saw a striking similarity between the treatment of Kikuyu land tenants and Indigenous peoples across Turtle Island. both which were often forcibly removed from their land for it to be given to white settlers, and the creation of reserve systems to control and surveil these populations. This can be traced to the terra nullius doctrine, otherwise known as a territory without a mastery doctrine. In response to the continued unjust seizures of Indigenous lands, not withholding the centuries of land that have been developed into the many cities that we know as being kind of like Toronto or Ottawa, it's also important to see that Indigenous activists and settler allies have come together under the banner of quote unquote land back. Land back is understood as a collective with no leader, but rather a conscientious liberation movement. Differing amongst actors, with some calling for more equitable land governance, so allowing Indigenous peoples to have the ability to shape conversations surrounding how land is used in Canada, whereas there's more other organizations, such as the NDN Collective, which is seen as more radical, in which land back is seen as a, quote, meta-political organizing and narrative framework for which Indigenous peoples work towards their collective liberation. Now that I've given some of that context surrounding what's happening in Canada, I really want to focus in on the Mau Mau landscape post-independence. I think that the contentious nature of Mau Mau within the Kenyan landscape over the past few decades has made it difficult to cultivate a national and collective approach, one which is further problematized when someone is distanced from the homeland. We know that for Mau Mau, like any other historical event, quote, memory is distorted by needs, interests, and fantasies. Collective and malleable rather than objective and concrete, memory is conceptual, contextual, constantly undergoing revision, interpretation, distortion, and reconstruction. We see the distortion of Mau Mau, of the culture of Mau Mau and Mau Mau as a concept that has taken change through the Kenyan political and public landscape. Post-independence, there were diverging understandings and interpretations of the movements, its messages, and the impact that it has had on Kenya. This is highlighted in Friedman's article, The Mau Mau Myth, Kenyan Political Discourse in Search of Democracy. What stands out to Friedman is this phrasing of Mau Mau as a fragmenting and controlling device. This describes the dividing, and if one could say, manipulative usage of the Mau Mau case, and both the suffering of fighters and Kenyans at large in the name of larger political motives. The breakdown of how Mau Mau is remembered, or rather dictated by certain political figures, within Kenya is articulated within the book Conservation of Natural and Cultural Heritage in Kenya, a Cross-Disciplinary Approach. In the chapter titled Tracing a Forgotten Heritage, the Place of Mau Mau Memory and Culture in Kenya, Wahome, Kiruthu, and Mwangi provide one of the most comprehensive timelines of Mau Mau culture and remembrance in Kenya. With significant shifts shown, with either total disregard in the early 1960s to upsurges in times of useful usage by political entities like Jomo Kenyatta, Wahome, Kiruthu, and Mwangi focus on the role of politicians in constructing Mau Mau culture that is complementing the clear role that academics have also played in shaping this narrative. While we see that from the 1980s to 2003, when Mau Mau is no longer banned by the government by Mai Kabaki, we see this changing narrative that I think actually influences the ways in which diasporic Kenyan members are able to remember the homeland, and more specifically, remember Mau Mau for what it was as an anti-colonial movement. Recognizing that the dislocation that one might feel from being centered in Kenya to now being located in Canada is not temporally limited to one specific period, which raises questions as to how diasporic members from a certain time period might remember Mau Mau based off of the period in which they left Kenya in the first place. As I showed in one of the graphs from one of the first slides, we see this massive uptake in the 1980s decade in which people were arriving to Canada, as it slowly decreases in time. One of the things that I'm curious about is if there's a correlation between the ways in which different generations of Kenyan diaspora in Canada remember Mau Mau has something or can be seen as replicating the form of discourse or the ways in which Mau Mau is memorialized or remembered within the homeland. This begs an important gap in how diasporic Kenyan communities remember Mau Mau, and whether diasporic communities keep up with the ever-changing culture of Mau Mau within Kenya today. Nonetheless, this point is meant to symbolize how the correlation between Mau Mau being seen as a positive movement by some academics, such as in the name of liberation or an anti-colonial movement, versus being seen as a more taboo subject, which we saw in the late 1960s and 70s, in which Mau Mau was not necessarily seen as a subject that was able to be talked about, and that could affect, for example, a diasporic member and the way that they understand its role as an anti-colonial resistance movement. Oh, I have 4 minutes left, so I will hurry things up. But understanding that, the other thing that I wanted to talk about are essentially the limitations that someone who's part of a diaspora might feel within Canada. So, for example, being a settler within Canada comes with its own difficulties, which can lead to a hesitation for people to become politically involved. As Faschender states, diasporic criticism needs to be examined within the cultural and spatial temporal specificities that diasporas face under consideration. With Kenyans coming to Canada often facing the violence and penalization against brown and black bodies that is evident in the heavily racist Canadian society that exists, we think about the different ways in which Kenyan identity and being an immigrant within Canada could potentially see this affecting the ways in which Kenyans feel that they're able to engage politically. We know that specifically based off of scientific reports that have been done, that people who are Black Canadians often face significant racial profiling, police violence, and lower socioeconomic status. Understanding this, what are the ways in which Kenyans might feel it's difficult to engage and support solidarity with their Indigenous brothers and sisters when we understand that Indigenous peoples are already under a heightened sense of surveillance? On top of that, immigration status is something that can also affect the way that one interacts with social and political forms of solidarity. Another thing that I want to talk about is status quo knowledge perception. Within Canada itself, there's been a large movement for reconciliation. Nonetheless, understanding this, that knowledge production often does not include the continuous mistreatment of Indigenous peoples across Canada and how land continues to be taken from communities who have a rightful ownership over it. Most immigrants who are arriving to Canada aren't able to receive that form of critical engagement with the Indigenous leadership work that's been going on. And understanding that, I think it's really interesting to think about the ways in which diasporic communities might face difficulties engaging in more critical, radical leadership work that's going on within the new context that they've arrived in when, they're facing the difficulties that come along with being new to a country. Overall, I just kind of want to finish up understanding that I don't have a lot of time left with this question to the audience because I'm really curious to hear what other people have to say about what are the ways in which we can use Mau Mau as a movement, as a philosophy, as a form of resistance to be used within the diaspora to help shed light and also look into forms of anti-colonial resistance that are happening now. We know that there's a massive difference between the 1950s and 2024, but that doesn't change the fact that the solidarity and the basic tenets of these movements has stayed the same. And understanding that, I'm curious as to how people think that this notion of diasporic duties and all the limitations that I've brought up could potentially be thought about in a new way to help increase solidarity, specifically using the Mau Mau as a starting point for Kenyans within the diaspora. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation. I hope I didn't bore everyone, and I look forward to any comments or questions that people are able to share. Thank you so much.
Very much, Hannah, for that wonderful presentation. Dr. Kathleen, you'll give the critique. Now, I'm made to understand that Dr. Mutuma has had to leave due to unavoidable circumstances. May I request you, Dean, to step in for him during the critique, please? I know it's an ambush, but as you yourself like to say.
All right.
May I request that when you, may I request Dr. Justus to come and give you a critique, please? I also request that after the discussants will have to ask your questions, and you direct to the specific person you want to answer the question. Dr. Justus, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to stand here. So it's late into the night. I'll be very brief. This about Mau Mau, thank you. Mau Mau and the post-colonial British state, memories and representations of counter-insurgency in contemporary Britain. So the take home from the presentation by Rorin Cochrane. It's about Mau Mau basically having a flight, if you want, right here from Kenya to Britain as of today in our contemporary times. So it's like initially it was not on, if you want, discussion. It was not something of interest to most people, probably restricted to the halls of scholarship in the universities across the UK and not part of the syllabus. But with some development, right? Maybe from 2012 with the litigation that was in the British court, this is a way then the public was invited to a cross-examination or scrutiny of the British Empire and particularly the violence therein. So it's something new that probably in the coming days will create some new revelation, some information, some desire for knowledge to know exactly what happened. And the interesting bit is that now this new information will provide some kind of contrast to the views that have been held for long within the British public, that the empire basically was a good thing. There's a lot of nostalgia about the empire, the good old days when Britain was hegemony, so to speak, which brings some pride, I think, to the British over the generation to where we are today. So with this Mau Mau now coming to the, if you want, doorstep of the British public, then new developments and issues are being scrutinized and analyzed and debated to some degree to this Mau Mau story. I think she mentioned something about Brexit, something about reparations, something about apologies from government officials. There was something about, I think, the death of Queen Elizabeth, something about the visit of King Charles, that should be last year, I hope, to Kenya. And then there's more, I'm assuming, from what I had on the same in the newspapers in the UK. So in a nutshell, it's like this something initially that was not there, something that was never talked about, but it has now arrived and it's within the public space in UK. And we can assume that in the coming days, there'll be much more interest, more papers, more revelations. And I think the Mau Mau story has just begun, so to speak, in the UK from what happened in 2012. So basically, to sum up that, is like this Mau Mau has brought a new conversations, discourse to the British public, and basically it brings about a desire to understand exactly what was this British Empire, because now it kind of opens a Pandora's box beyond Kenya to the rest of the vast British Empire all through the world. And I think from what you said that there have been some kind of polls about the British, I think, role in what happened in the Caribbean. So probably there'll be more about that beyond Kenya. So it's interesting, I think, for scholarship going forward, what will come out, particularly with the new, of course, disclosures and, of course, more interest on the many references still available in the UK. So we're hoping that there'll be much more in the days to come, and I think it will be very exciting for Mau Mau in the years to come, for us and everybody else interested in scholarship, particularly for this case, the British Empire and the space of violence within that empire. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Justus. Now, may I invite Dr. Kathleen, please? Welcome, madam.
Justus was very quick. I was still trying to organize myself there. He was faster than I thought. Thank you for having me here. I know it is very late, but this is the session we used to call Sundowner. There is something romantic about it, so let's just be romantic. I'll be very brief in responding to what Hannah was talking about, which was terribly interesting. She reminded me of a time that I landed in the US for the first time. I hadn't been that far. And so I'm sitting there in a living room of an African couple who are second generation, so their child was third generation. And this little girl walks up to me and says, please speak to me African. And I did not know what that was. Then, and Hannah's narrative is going in that direction. Is the Mau Mau story our story? Or is it the story of a few Kenyans? So I could quickly tell the young lady, I can't speak African, but I can speak something Kenyan. Now, Kenya has 47 tribes, ethnic groups. How are we going to say Mau Mau and it's as a liberation movement for all of us versus for a couple of us or a few of us? And maybe that story needs to start at home, that we have to own it first at home as ours before we begin saying, then it is ours. And so, of course, I'm taking issue with those who are here who said, we are going to own it, it is ours. We still have a lot of work right there. So I'm a sociologist. I'm not speaking the language of history, so you won't hear me using the interesting words that you use. But in sociology, we do talk about this area that Hannah is talking about, and the Mau Mau and settling and land questions in the area of race, ethnicity, and migration. So Hannah has used an interesting word, settler, that the diaspora community is seen as settlers, derogatory term in Canada. Now, in Kenya, by contrast, or in contrast, the settlers here were the white guys who were here, and we thought very highly of them. No, those are the settlers because they're bringing in a new culture. We now hear the word squatter instead, that is used for those who have occupied those lands of the settler at their behest, of course. And so the settler still owns that position of being a settler. So we don't use it today. The educated Kenyan, of course, will not use that word nicely. They will say settler, trying to say colonial mentality, and they'll use the word settler. So Hannah's topic is interesting because she brings, or she foregrounds, interesting areas of convergence, similarities between what's going on with the diaspora population there and what happened with the Mau Mau. So that ability to juxtapose, I thought, is marvelous and very well thought out. And then she steeps it in theory. So when she talks about a diasporan identity, it's going to be conflicted because if I left Kenya and I'm going to settle in Canada, my generation will say, I'm going back home, thinking I'm going to Kenya, I'm going back home. Where is home? Home is Kenya. My children born there are not seeing home as Kenya. They'll be saying, Mommy's home. We're going to see mom. So it's like going somewhere that is new. Home for them is that new space. So even as we talk about the diasporic population or the diasporan population, which is growing and is robust, we need to understand where they're coming from. And that with globalization, and she brought out that very clearly, with globalization, we need to understand, we need to relocate ourselves. And so all those Professor Wahome was talking about, documenting and making sure we preserve our heritage is of great importance. The Germans have done that very successfully by making sure that those students in high school visit Holocaust sites actively. You go and see it. I think here we need to have that. I hear of places like Nanyuki, Nyandarua. To me, they're as romantic as you're hearing them. I have never been there. I hear the moats having spikes, and it's distant unless I saw it in a book. And when I was growing up, the only book I would see was Dedan Kimathi's image laying there on a mat as a dissident, not as some nice liberator guy. He was a dissident. And, recently we talk about the Mungiki, a faction of the Mau Mau. They were not good guys. They were deviants. So in sociology, we would say those deviants. I don't know if we want to identify ourselves with the history of deviance, which speaks to Anna's issue of the resistance that you're seeing on the pipelines and the rails, which also goes on here. Recently, we had some insurgency, politically motivated, of course, where those who thought they were, the Kikuyu who thought their homes had been taken by the elite, so to speak, what needed to be taught a lesson. So what happened? They overran their farms and stole, they cut down trees and took sheep, the high-grade sheep, only to be told it is a criminal act. And for them to start returning those sheep, because first of all, you couldn't feed that sheep. It's very expensive. And you don't want to be caught with it because it means a prison term. So that criminalization of what you thought was yours, perhaps we need to ask those Mau Mau descendants, what do they think about what is theirs? Because we are just, giving them titles and labels, but maybe they have a different notion of what is ours. And we have a different notion using capitalistic tendencies where we say you must buy it or you must have a piece of paper to show that this is your land, when in fact, I know it's my land because my grandfather is buried or grandmother is buried there. So the issues Hannah is bringing to the foreground is really an issue that Mau Mau reflects very well with the indigenous groups that she talks about in Canada. So a moment of reflection that she calls on is that juxtaposition, and we can benefit from that by looking at ourselves through mirroring others, and the diasporic community gives us that chance. So Hannah, I hail you on that one. I would never have thought in that direction. I have talked about the question of what is ours or what is yours and how it can be ours after it has been yours. Very political, very philosophical there. She asks a question at the end, can we make it a philosophy? Can we make this a philosophical issue? Yes, we can, and I don't see why not, because we need to be asking the question why. And the moment we ask the question why, it will lead us to how, and the philosophy will start right there. So this will shed light on why there are enclaves that see this as theirs and this is ours. There can be a shared community. We can construct a shared community just from the sentiments of the diasporic emotions. So we need to talk about the Mau Mau story as a story owned by all of us, and then we can be able to share it with others. That's the message I got from Hannah, and I think the distortions can now be managed because they cannot be written out. We can manage them because we need to share the good stories and the bad stories together. So she talked about limitations. I'll just end with that. Limitations, those are racialized issues and they still come up here, much as in Canada, of course, it may be a question of color. Here in Kenya, it's a question of who owns and who doesn't own. So we find the disenfranchisement going on, that for me to buy land as a descendant of the Mau Mau, assuming I was displaced, would take leaps and bounds and mountains of money that I would never have in the first place, and therefore I will never have. So that marginalization continues. The diasporic duty is that if they raise their voices in a far-off land, we can feed off that and raise voices at home. So perhaps the voices raised at home need to be louder so that we can benefit the diasporic communities. So that just juxtaposition, Hannah, was spot on, and I enjoyed it as a sociologist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kazulin. Asante sana. Now, Chair, our Dean, please.
All right, I have something here. Thank you very much, William. Well, mine is a case of a hunter who has become hunted now. But thank you so much for coordinating this. Now, Dr. Gona, Sebo, and Akoko, on this phenomena you are calling underground movement, I think it's an area that is increasingly becoming common in African studies, particularly here in our country. We are beginning to ask questions about what George and Sebo and Akoko are calling underground movements, partly because we are increasingly becoming a much more open society politically than we were in the 80s and 90s when these movements were forced to go underground. So I think then the endeavor that George and Sebo are involved in will provide an extremely useful historical perspective of the development of this underground phenomena that will maybe inform us, or make us to begin to understand the dynamics of repressive rules in Africa, particularly in the 70s, 80s, and the 90s, and also in the case of South Africa, the side of apartheid that we may not necessarily know from the extant sources of history. And I think, Mwalimu Gona, that is where the greatest strength of what you're trying to do is, in my very considered opinion. Also, I find it very fascinating that your study seems to center the perspectives and the agency of those who were once upon a time the villains, literally hunted down by state agencies. I mean, in the last Mau Mau conference, we had Professor Ngoto here, Karaoke, who, and also we had this lady, the one you are writing on, the book that we are just about to launch. What's the lady's name? Wow, Kahara. We had them here openly speaking about their experiences in the 90s under the Moi administration. To those of us who were young and very young at that time, their experiences sounded like there were stories from the moon, because we would not expect, as young boys and young girls in university in first year then, that such a kind of things were happening by the state that had winked us to believe that it was the Alpha and the Omega. Particularly if you sang the loyalty pledge, those of us who sang the loyalty pledge to President Moi and what they call Nyayo philosophy. And we drank the what they call the school milk program. The Moi administration brought very nice milk, particularly those of us who come from the highlands, where starch is everything that you eat. You make uji, you use it in eating potatoes or bananas. So at the end of the day, it's all starch and all starch. So Moi's milk was such a great relief. Maybe we grew an inch that we could have not grown. So by the time we were coming to university, then we were beholden of the Moi state. But then the kind of thinking that Dr. Gona has and his colleagues will bring us this side that we did not know of the Moi administration. Now, the very interesting thing is that it is actually in the focus of these villains, of these, Dr. Nangwe called them what? Deviants, yes. Yeah, I'm stealing from sociology now. These deviants, that the methodological problem begins to come in the studies that they are doing. And Dr. Gona highlighted a few, and Dr. Sebo from South Africa highlighted quite a number. Particularly broadly, this is the kind of scattered evidence in terms of time and people involved. So you have this scattered evidence, and piecing it together becomes a problem. And of course, you have the continued phobia of quote unquote these villains and deviants, because they are hunters, so to speak. Some of them are still around. I mean, people worked as strong state agents are still around, and some of these guys are still fearing that they can be followed. Now, away from that, maybe one of the challenges, Dr. Mana, you guys need to think about, maybe you have thought about them, it's only that you didn't have time to talk about this, is you're talking so much and so flamboyantly of the concept of underground movement. Perhaps one could expect that you probably need to invest a bit of time and skill to debunk that in ways that makes that phrase underground movement as such a kind of serious category for historical analysis. It is something that is a bit new in historical discourse. I was doing something about militia groups, and I realized that much of what we have in history are phrases like secret societies, mainly in the West. In Africa, much of the studies are involved in militia groups, some that are in the open, like Mongiki here in Kenya, or Chinkororo in my part of the country, in the Kisii Highlands, where my very good brother comes from also. So you need to operationalize that term in such a way that it removes the doubts that we have, and probably make it much more positive than it sounds. You know, underground. It seems like we are still continuing the narrative of deviancy and deviancy and the villains that I talked about earlier. That's the first challenge perhaps you need to think about. The second one is in talking about methodological problems you are facing, and Mwalimu Wafula, I'm just finishing. You seem to focus more on psychological factors that are hindering your respondents from coming out, the phobia of the unknown, the perceived risk. So they are always out to maximize their safety and security. Some of them, they are in the very evening of their life. Probably they are thinking, I've had this rough life over the years, being chased around like chicken by state agencies. Now at least that I have 2, 3, 4 years to live, let me live in peace. Those are psychological. But I was wondering, how about then the pre-existing social structures and constraints that still continue in our society in terms of impacting on their freedom of speech and the readiness to speak out of their problems. So probably that's what you need to think about. Otherwise, thank you very much, Mwalimu, for ambushing me.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for our Dean. Now, I'd like to suggest that for the presenters, before you respond to the discussants, you listen to questions which may be directed at you so that you give a response at once. So that will save our time. So please raise your hand. Yes, my friend. Yes, Prof. Yes. You will have time. Please be brief.
Yeah, I'm always brief, and so I'll be very quick. Yeah, yeah. For your friend in South Africa, Dr. Shipo, I think Moloi. Yes, Sepo. I want to know, because theirs is still so fresh. They're underground people. Mandela was fine. He was a martyr and saint, national, international icon. What does he feel, or what do the common South Africans feel about a very educated man like Thabo Mbeki, who then didn't deliver the economy, a populist like Zuma, who of course has now broken away, but still really offered corruption, and somebody like now Cyril Ramaphosa, who was a trade unionist, who currently, of course, is one of the great capitalists, and I'm not saying it's bad, it's just that they seem to have flipped. So how do the common South Africans feel with the legacy so close? For Lorraine Cochran, yes, thank you for your beautiful presentation. I wanted to ask, is it generational? Because, yeah, when Queen Elizabeth died and all, we wrote things in the paper, but she was a symbol. But you find people running around tearing down Cecil roads. I'm not saying he was a good man, but they are people of their time. They are the Churchills, who are great men in every respect, except he didn't like, like he didn't want India to go anywhere. He wouldn't meet Gandhi, say this half-naked fakir and so on. So is it that your society, when you talk of the education system, the people who do this, is it that they don't understand, like people live within their time sometimes? Yeah, I was happy about the slave thing being thrown, of course, but now there's a lot of virtue sometimes signaling. And it seems to me sometimes the younger generations are more like that. Like, I'm not sure. Do you say Churchill is evil, because he didn't want India to go, and yet he's a Victorian man? And this question, so I'll ask now Anne, because Hannah, this one is very direct. Then Canada, they talk about ancestral lands, which is okay. I can understand not building a golf course ever over, a dead, this sounds Trumpian to me. But then when you say that oil, like pipelines won't be built, for example, and the ship of state will screw you over. Even I can understand from that part of the state, like if I'm going to help Canadians, we've had disasters here sometimes with our own SGR, but the governments, states must acquire land and build things through them, sometimes for the benefit of the general citizenry. This must happen. How do you tie that to colonization? Because governments do have the right sometimes to acquire land, even by force, to compensate you. If they're not compensating, it's one thing. But they have every right to acquire it by force. Yeah, you can't say this highway won't be built. This is my house. You'll never destroy it, and yet a major highway is being built. The states can take that away from you, like legally, they can. So why try to tie that to an issue like colonization, which sometimes is very different? It's where people were just, their things were just taken away. Their farms were, things were not compensated for, and it wasn't for the good of the general population. I sort of find that convergence a bit dubious. However much we want to show sometimes that we have virtuous people, because sometimes there is greater good.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
It's like colonization. It's not the same. It's trivializing colonization, in my view.
Prof. Yes, I want to start with Hannah. I want to start with Hannah. Hannah, there is, I'm happy you have cited something that we did, but having experienced Canada, I think the Kenyans who are in Canada are more obsessed with probably becoming Canadians. Probably Kenya is the backwater, and therefore probably their interests might be different. I'm not sure, but this is a very interesting topic. For the indigenous populations, one of the things that I observed is differences, major differences between them. I think that is one of the areas that may need to be resolved with the time. I don't know whether it is still the same. I was here there many years. But this is a very important topic for us. And we do appreciate that there is work going on there. Mine is a comment, Hannah. For Lorraine, why digitization at that level and not here? Why can't we get the originals, digitize them ourselves? Because I've faced the same problem that they want to digitize, they don't want us to get the originals, while UNESCO's, I can't remember the name of the charter, UNESCO's charter, which Britain has probably signed and Kenya has signed, requires that there is that repatriation of the originals. So that sounds a bit fishy. And I have faced it. That's why I feel disturbed about that. And I think, George, how do you then write a credible paper if you can't trust the people you're dealing with? Thank you. or they can't trust you.
This is really just a very, very quick question, well, comment really first to Lauren, and thank you for your presentation. I'm very heartened to hear that there is a kind of a continuing opening up of archives and an increasing accessibility that you were outlining for us. And so I'm fully anticipating that we're about to launch into a kind of a new generation of historical scholarship around the emergency and the Mau Mau movement. The second question I just wanted to raise quickly was, you mentioned that there were, I think, like 9 different archives across Britain that retain records relating to this period, and I'm wondering what accounts for that sort of strange dispersal of these these materials in all of these different places. Could it not be like, more handily centralized? I don't know. But anyway, that's just, a quick, reflection.
My question's for Hannah. I'll also try to be brief. I think you have a lot of good material to work with. You mentioned it's a working paper. I'm from Seattle, Washington, so pretty close to Canada. You might also want to look into, if you want to make it more global, you could also look into the solidarity efforts that have been done between the Japanese American community and Central American immigrants over American immigration camps. There's been a lot of activities about that in Seattle recently, so that might help with the diasporic duties question. Just a thing I wanted to point out, you can respond to this or not, it's more of a comment, but is that settlement in Kenya played out so differently compared to settlement in most of the other British settler colonies like Canada or South Africa or Australia or New Zealand, given that the settler population the white settler population in Kenya was, relatively speaking, smaller and also so much wealthier relative to the kind of homesteading population that you see in other Anglo colonies. I think that I wonder if that might be one of the barriers to the kind of diasporic solidarity that you're talking about, given that ultimately, while both movements are focusing on land politics, I think that the situation that Mau Mau was confronting relative to the situation that's being confronted by Indigenous peoples in Canada, there's, I think, a class difference between the different settler populations that might be something that you'd want to mention as you revise the paper. But that's just one of the things that occurred to me. Take that as you will.
Oh,
you already.
I can use this one.
Okay.
Hi, Hannah. My name is Krishna Alvarado. I'm from UC Davis in African Studies. Really quickly, I just wanted to sort of encourage you to push further on a certain point. One of the things that you got into was the ways that you saw, or the curiosity you have about how, say, like national memory cultures, the way that Mau Mau is discussed in Kenya, impact sort of the different waves of diaspora that you're working across and within in Canada. And I think there's actually more to it than that, right? Like, to me, I think delving much further into what the sort of differences are in opinion, like we're it's not just national memory culture that's shaping that, right? It's also personal experience, where like family history, all sorts of different things, right? And you mentioned Gerald Horne, and I would add James Merriweather too, as people who have worked on the way that Mau Mau serves as a sort of like point of contention. But I think it's that both of their points is, it's not just the revolutionary story. It's also in both of their readings, a way of the like more traditional liberal civil rights leadership distancing themselves from saying, we don't want something like Mau Mau, we want this other kind of process, right? And so I think I would just encourage you to push a lot further on the sort of diversity of opinion that might be formed through different sort of features of how diaspora works, right?
Mr. Dean, please.
Mine is to Rolene. Actually, two small ones. One is I'm a beneficiary of the British education. I spent some 4 years in Cambridge some years back. But what fascinated me is the talk of the British Empire. In fact, if you are not a historian, you will probably think that the British Empire still exists. You know, I remember the Commonwealth seminar, and I'm sure Hannah knows this, the Commonwealth seminar that used to take place in Emmanuel College, Thomas Gray room, coordinated by Professor Tony Hopkins. I remember British historians talking about euthanasia of empire. Empire did not die, but it was aided somehow to die. But still, you know, I remember the Indologist Chris Bailey, you know, talking about euthanasia of empire, and I was like, oh. Now, even beyond that, you hear a lot, even among the British public, about Anglophone Africa. You hear quite a lot about the Commonwealth and all this. I was just wondering, how do these popular notions in the British Academy and British public then inform the kind of notions of counterinsurgency that you were talking about? You know, how does that influence? And then the second one is the ills of British colonialism. You talked about Jallianwala massacre in India in 1919 and the apology that was given by the British. And when that was given, my hopes increased that they will give an apology to us in Kenya here for the Nairobi massacre, or what they call the Harituk massacre of 2022, incidentally, which took place very close to where we are, just across the road. This road here is called Harituku Road. The Central Police, where outside its gates this massacre took place, is still the Central Police. Actually, we have not even changed the name. You know. So do you see some possibility that the current British Prime Minister will wake up one day and give us a sincere apology for slaughtering our people just outside the gates of what could become the University of Nairobi? Thank you.
Anybody with a question online? If not, then please. Yes.
I think, you know, Kenneth, the problematizing underground. I think there's a scholar called Tsepo knows this guy very well, Raymond Shatner. He's the expert on the underground, and we'll borrow a lot from him in terms of the understanding of what. And then I think we mentioned only a few, which sounded psychological, right? But indeed, there are structural issues or pre-existing structural issues that impact on these people's freedom to speak up their story. So there's a good story in there. I think Professor Ephraim, it's a problem of research. Only that this is unique in the manner in which there's hesitance to share. You need more patience than the normal patience we have with any social science research, so to speak. Particularly when you're dealing with issues of oral evidence. So we are saying these are the problems we are facing, and the ways in which you go to find to counter so that you get the information to write the story. But there is something very unique about the challenges beyond the normal challenges of social and humanities research. Yeah. Not that you can't get, you won't get the story. Thank you. Yeah. That you respond. Yeah. You want to respond?
Yeah.
Welcome.
So yeah, I would like to thank you for all your very important questions. Some of them more difficult than others. I want to start chronologically with the question about whether perceptions of empire and things are changing in a generational perspective. Obviously, I can't speak on behalf of my entire generation, but I think that yes, it is generational to an extent. Particularly, I know in Kenya, we've spoken a lot about the Gen Z movement. And unfortunately, in the UK, we don't have as much of a movement and action towards protest that Kenya does, which I think maybe we could benefit from, to be quite honest. But I think the younger generation in the UK are a bit more apathetic about monarchy and a bit more apathetic about these traditional historical figures that maybe generations preceding me who were around and young in the 1950s. Obviously this was kind of, the golden age of empire. It was very much propaganda of the crown going on all these visits, whereas the younger generation don't have that relationship to empire anymore. And I think that they especially don't have that relationship with people like Churchill, and I think with the increased knowledge of and people talking about the violence of empire, that generational relationship and connection to royalty and these former prime ministers is removed. So I think to an extent, yes, it can be said to be a generational change. To answer the question about digitization and why digitization rather than repatriation, short answer, I don't know. Personally, I think it's stupid. I think that they should be given back to the original places where they were from. As to the more extensive answers as to why, you would have to speak to the National Archives. But I think maybe the reasoning behind why they'd rather digitize or copy and keep the originals is of this age-old discussion about who do they belong to. I think a lot of British officials and the British government would like to say that these files were written by colonial officers, so therefore they represent the ideologies of officers, so they are exemplary of the British state, so they are British property. Whether people agree with that or not is up to you.
The other argument is that we lost the colonies.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's the same argument with museums. If you give back all the colonial artifacts, there is nothing in the archives, so then people won't go. In terms of the logistical aspects of why there's so much archival material related to Kenya and why it's so spread out in the UK, trust me, as a historian, this is extremely irritating. I've seen far too many UK cities than I would care to visit, to be honest. But I think the reason why there's so many different collections in different spaces is some of the material that relates to the Kenyan emergency in Mau Mau is personal papers. So for example, I've looked at the papers of Fenner Brockway, who was very, very active in advocating for justice for the Kenyans during the emergency. For example, his papers are in Churchill College in Cambridge. So the agreements of individual MPs and things like that, where they have decided after death or their families have decided to place documents so that a lot of them aren't in central locations like the National Archives. A lot more papers are located around London. For example, Imperial War Museum, National Army Museum, they're just disseminated in different places because that's where people decided to put them, which again is very frustrating as a historian. In terms of education and how the popular notions of empire and the Commonwealth inform discussions about counterinsurgency. I think again, this is changing as academia moves forward and we can understand the intricacies of unrest. But I think maybe back in the day, like in the times you were talking about, where these ideas of commonwealth and empire, I think those notions of people rebelling against this great entity is where more ideas of kind of government propaganda come in, where it's, you know, these are things that needed to be suppressed. And it's more talking about the operational ways to suppress rebellion and how Britain facilitated that, and the operational military, these kind of things at that time. But I think now that that is changing, I know that's very vague, but I feel like that's where we're at. In terms of whether the British government will offer more apologies, I would say that all of these apologies that have been given are begrudgingly. I think there has to be a momentum in public and politically, people pushing for recognition. So I don't want to say that it would never happen, but I feel like in the same way that the Kenyan emergency has been pushed to the forefront of discourse, I feel like that would need to happen again with the Harithiku massacre. So again, I don't think it's impossible, but we need some momentum to force them to do something, because the British government won't do anything unless they're forced. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's everything.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Hannah, you may be far, but we cannot forget you. You're with us.
I think I can answer the questions as they came kind of chronologically, but in regards to the first one regarding like the building of pipelines and if it's, you know, in the interest of national good, I think one of the things I do want to emphasize here is that these are not government-owned pipelines. These are privatized ones by corporations that are going in and building these pipelines, which are actively affecting Indigenous people's access to healthy water, their ability to hunt on their lands, which is like traditional practices, also like the impact that they have on flora and fauna. So in all these shape, ways, and forms, there's not really a benefit that's coming directly to Canadian people, but rather to the company that's building that pipeline. But what's interesting here is the relationship in which these companies are using the state to legitimize the ways in which they're going on this land. And when you look specifically at Wet'suwet'en, this is unceded land, meaning that it was never given to the government legally and that the government of Canada has no legal authority over it. But because of the fact that Canada is a settler colonial state, just like the United States, these are the facts in which Indigenous sovereignty becomes incredibly complicated. And I think when we're comparing whether, you know, one of the things that was mentioned regarding colonialism in Canada and whether it's really colonialism, at the end of the day, putting aside land struggles, Indigenous peoples in Canada, the government has openly admitted to the fact that there was a cultural genocide, and that is something that the government has owned up to. Indigenous peoples were placed on reserves. They've been forced through forced sterilization. Many of them have been cut off from their culture and their ability to practice their practices that they've been doing for thousands of years that existed prior to Canadians coming onto that land. And I think that there's a responsibility as someone who is on this land in which I have no relationship to it aside from being someone who has immigrated and who is thus a settler, to take into account the fact that the treatment of Indigenous peoples is not at a standard in which it is conducive to human rights, and UN-DRIP, United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Peoples, is not actually even practiced in Canada, which I think speaks to the fact of Canada being a colonial state in which anti-colonial resistance is a way in which Indigenous peoples have been able to gain some form of activism, but also independence and agency. So I think that there is a case for understanding liberation movements, regardless of the fact of where they're located and the type of colonies or type of states that we want to be talking about. I think it kind of reaches into the second question that I thought was really interesting, because I hadn't thought about the ways in which settlements might differ in like kind of the more like theoretical backing of it. So I think that there definitely is something for me to think about regarding like the size of settler populations and how that potentially impacts the ways in which people engage in, movements relating to anti-colonial struggle. But I think that there's something to be said about thinking about the philosophy and ethos of Mau Mau and why Mau Mau freedom fighters decided to get involved and trying to put together their notions of liberation from colonial rule and what that looked like, and how those same practices might line up with the theoretical basis of the ethos of movements in Canada that are engaging in land back struggles against the Canadian government. And lastly, for the last question regarding national memory culture and how it impacts different forms of diaspora, I think it's going to give me a lot to think about, especially when we're looking at intersections that are not just the temporal portion of when you came to Canada, but also other aspects that might influence your identity. So thank you for much for all the questions, and I really appreciated them.
To say something brief, please, it may be important to the presenters. Yes.
Mine is just a general question for anyone and a general observation from my point of view. Now, to all professors and doctors and other participants. Now, from my point of observation, it seems that this history of Mau Mau and the story behind it, it is a thing that it is majorly discussed by people who are older than us, And from where I stand, I see that I might be the youngest person in this room and also from the online side of this discussion. And so how is it that we intend to pass this knowledge from the older generation to the younger generation? Yeah, because this is like some sort of oral narrative that needs to be passed down from the older generation to the younger generation, you see? And the second thing is that we do not encourage the young people to really study history or to take history serious, because back in my high school, I attended Alliance High School. We used to go for the mathematics contest, but I did not see anything like an history context. You see, so people in high school level or at lower level, they don't see history as something that can give them opportunity to the outside world. So how is it that we intend to make history something that can open them to the outside world as they view the other sciences? I think that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
That's a general comment. I think our Dean, you'll respond to that when you close up. I would like to say thank you very much, our presenters. Can we give a chance to somebody online? Nobody else. Or karaoke, if you are able, can you please unmute?
Mine is a question that I'd asked in the chat to Lorraine, I believe, and it pertains to whether we can have a modest expectation of a change of attitude towards the British Empire in Britain under the present king. Is that realistic, especially following his recent visit to Kenya? And I know that I think he sent someone, a researcher at the High Commission in Nairobi, who I met last summer, to smooth things over, so to speak. And would such a change of attitude be accompanied by an openness regarding the teaching of history of empire at elementary level and high school? And it's really sad because one of the best leading historian of empire is Professor John Darwin, whose entire body of work is really instructive, and it's such a great loss to see that go to waste, especially in terms of educating the next generation of historians back in the UK. Thank you.
better representation of history under the current king. I think that there is space for that, but obviously that depends on his future actions. I mean, I know that in terms of discussions about empire more broadly, there was a report commissioned recently to investigate the connections of the crown with slavery and how the crown has benefited from the transatlantic slave trade. And he publicly stated his support for this. So I think as long as any kind of future state visits, discussions about empire when they come in, as long as the king is open to being more nuanced about these histories, I think that it definitely can be. But I think that owing to the kind of lesser prominence of the crown in British public life, especially amongst younger people, as I answered, as I said about one of the questions, I think that it has to come from more than just the crown. I think it's an institutional, systemic thing that needs to happen, and that these discussions, like I was saying in my paper, they need to continue, and the British public needs to do more, and there needs to be continued public debates and discussions about the histories of empire for it to develop further and for people to be more open about discussing these things. And I think in terms of education, I don't think there are any current plans to alter our education system, particularly in schools, to change how we teach empire. To my knowledge, in England, any history teachings about empire are only in elective class modules that you take after your mandatory history classes. So you have to, as a student, be already interested in these things, which again, I think needs to be changed. But that, I mean, throughout this whole conference, we've spoken about how Kenyan people need to take the initiative to talk about Mau Mau and remember it. I think in the UK, that also needs to happen in terms of the British Empire. It has to be driven by British people who keep forcing these debates and forcing these discussions into the public realm. And I think that can happen, but again, it has to be very much at the behest of British people. So time will tell whether that actually happens. So.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the presenters, all the discussants, and all the participants for tolerating sitting down up to this late hour. And even those who are online, I say thank you. It has been my pleasure to connect this. Thank you very much. May I call the Dean to close the day?
Yeah, I have this. Friends, I should just add to what Mwalimu Wafula has just said. Thank you so much for the patience. There are still quite a number of people in the room, and there are over 20 people online up to this hour, which shows clearly the interest in this. But we apologize. We are running an hour late, but because of so many things and a number of logistical challenges, but at least you have gained something. So a million apologies. And to Relaine, I think she's stepped out. Yeah, you're here. We are glad that you were able to finally present. You couldn't present in our No More seminar series on the 10th. It's 10th October is a very interesting day in Kenya. Sometimes we thought we did away with it as a public holiday, but it keeps on coming back. So you wait until to see whether it will be gazetted as a public holiday under different names. It used to be Moi Day, then it became what? Huduma Day, the Utamaduni Day, and then Mazingira Day. So that was the confusion, but we are glad that you were able to speak to us in this conference. So thank you so much. So friends, I don't want to keep you anymore, but I just wanted to say on behalf of the chair, we want to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is our third day. And for those of us inclined to Christian theology, a third day is very important. 3 days, three connotes completeness. Third day is the resurrection day when things are going to look upwards and everything will be hallelujah. So please come. that which you didn't gain in the first and the second day today, I'm very sure that you are going to gain it in the third day. So please, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We start in earnest from 8:30. We have our keynote for the day. So please join us, and I'm sure we'll have a fruitful day. And for the visitors, Friday in Kenya is called Members Day, Friday evening. So we will finish and graduate into the Day of Members. And my brother Tony has written something about Nairobi Night. Yeah, maybe we'll give him a time to talk about that so that you can enjoy that. Thank you very much and very good evening.
Inde mahika gamega dirange kulina besia dorago kugerio agate what wambwera dangi kawena mwana na wamwendo na mwana kemwende moda muno tupenya kuona magetha tunge durango bena ete kamupo Oneonearera, aiguaneora motiga, naikora mote tondori la mwana,